Chapter 2132. Seeing the cursed children disembarking from the military helicopter one after another and lining up neatly, facing the demonic forest, all the country representatives in the conference room widened their eyes slightly. Initiator of the IP ranking number 3, Think Tank. Initiator of the IP ranking number 4, Pluto. Initiator of the IP ranking number 6, Multiple Eyes. Initiator of the IP ranking number 7, Tornado. Initiator of the IP ranking number 9, Small Annihilation. Initiator of the IP ranking number 10, Dive into the Sea. One by one, the nicknames of the initiators that almost resounded throughout the world appeared in the conference room amidst the shocked voices of the country representatives. Even Mugeng and the Holy Son of Heaven stared blankly at the familiar faces of the girls at the front of the neatly arranged initiator group on the LCD screen and fell into shock. After all, among them, even Xia Shi and Yan Zhu were among them, and their images were clearly reflected on the screen. Other than Xia Shi and Yan Zhu, who were among the top 10 initiators in the IP ranking, in the group formed purely by the cursed children, the remaining initiators were also very famous. Among them, there was no lack of initiators in the top 100 IP ranking. As such, how could the representatives of the various countries not recognize these young ladies? As for Mugeng, he was even more familiar with these girls. As the acting president of Fairy Tail, Mugeng could clearly tell everyone that the children in that group were all the top initiators in Fairy Tail. Just by the IP ranking alone, there was not a single one of them who was not in the top 1,000. And these initiators were all gathered in front of the demonic forest, one of the 3 demonic realms in the world, and their numbers were definitely above 500. In other words, other than the initiators and the top 1,000 initiators, the highest combat power in Fairyland was all gathered together. They were led by a girl. Looking at the girl standing at the front of the group, her dress fluttering in the wind, her silver blonde hair rippling, and her eyes turning into a cold scarlet color, the representatives of the countries present were almost speechless. The initiator of the first IP ranking, Black Wind. Tina was the one who led the initiators of Fairy Tail in the top 1,000. What's going on? Have all the initiators in Fairy Village gathered in the demonic forest? What are you planning to do? All the representatives of the various countries were in an uproar. Noah! Mugeng and the Elysian son of Sage also spoke to Noah, their faces full of shock and confusion. In response, Noah only gave the two of them a reassuring look, but the words he said made the crowd even noisier. As all of you can see, the target of our annihilation operation this time is the demonic forest. When they heard this, all the representatives had only one thought in their minds. Ridiculous. It was so absurd that it made people speechless. Guild leader Noah. After a moment of silence, Chiwu Zhongshuan turned to look at Noah. Do you know what you're saying? What? Noah said without batting an eyelid. Does President Chiwu think this is unrealistic? Isn't that a matter of course? Chiwu Zhongshuan said with either pity or sarcasm. If the 3 great demonic realms were so easy to annihilate, humans would have reclaimed all their lands and wiped out all the protozoa. Why wait until now? Following Chiwu Zhongshuan's words, the representatives of the various countries present spoke one after another. Just as President Chiwu said, humans currently do not have the ability to invade the 3 great demonic realms. Take the demonic forest for example. Even if we don't count the protozoa, they are at least stage 3 beings. If we only count the level of their regenerative ability, that is not something we can overcome with rhenium metal. It would be fine if there were only a dozen or 20 of those protozoa, but in the demonic forest, there are thousands of them. Although Fairy Village's combat power is astonishing, it is impossible to annihilate the demonic forest at this stage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That was the voice of the representatives of the various countries. It was not just the representatives of the various countries, even Mugeng and the Holy Son agreed with that statement. Although Fairy Village's lineup was astonishing, it was only a part of the current world. The 3 great demonic realms, on the other hand, were rated as dangerous places that would be difficult to conquer even if all the forces of the current world were gathered. After all, the protozoa there were not only extremely high levels, but also extraordinary levels of regenerative ability, making them very difficult to annihilate. No matter how powerful the initiators were, if they did not have the means to kill the protozoa, there was nothing they could do. That was proven by Noah's battle with Maxwell in the box. However, now, Noah wanted the hundreds of initiators in Fairy Village to conquer such a dangerous place. Impossible. Apart from Noah, that was what everyone present thought. At that moment, the representatives of the various countries had completely forgotten the initial purpose of this meeting. All of them were discussing and shaking their heads in denial. Noah. Mugeng and the Holy Sun turned their worried gazes to Noah. However, Noah's expression did not change. Since that's what everyone thinks, why not waste some time and watch Fairy Village's spontaneous battle of annihilation? Noah chuckled. Alright, it's time to begin. With that, Noah turned around and looked at the LCD screen behind him. The representatives of the various countries present looked at each other before turning their gazes to the LCD screen. At the same time, before the demonic forest, the initiators of Fairy Village who had finished lining up all raised the weapons in their hands. With Tina's command, all of the initiators of Fairy Village let out a battle cry and surged into the demonic forest without hesitation. Moreover, their speed was shockingly fast. The distance of several hundred meters was reduced to zero in the blink of an eye. Then, the initiators dashed into the demonic forest like agile cheetahs, leaping back and forth between trees, ground, and rock walls as they charged into the depths of the forest. Roar, 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 roar. As if sensing the intruders, roars and howls like a tidal wave echoed from every corner of the demonic forest. In the next second, a gigantic creature with an extremely strange appearance appeared in front of the forest. It was as if dozens of different animals had been forcefully blended together, charging at them violently. A Stage 4 protozoan. In the meeting room, a country representative shouted out the protozoan's level. As soon as they entered the forest, the initiators of Fairy Village were faced with a Stage 4 protozoan. The gigantic protozoan roared as it crashed through one tree after another, trampling on the ground as it charged forward like a ferocious beast. Against the Stage 4 protozoan that was charging at them in a grand manner, none of the initiators of Fairy Village showed any fear. Then, one of them charged out. Hiya! Dressed in a light one-piece dress and a jacket, Yen Zhu shot through the air like a flash of light. With a clear cry, she instantly arrived in front of the charging primitive gut animals. Then, a kick as quick as lightning was unleashed on Yen Zhu's foot. Bang! A heavy, muffled explosion resounded. The powerful kick unleashed from Yen Zhu's feet directly blasted the charging protozoa into pieces, turning it into a pile of minced meat that fell to the ground. After the minced meat wriggled a few times on the ground, it instantly became motionless. Yen Zhu, who landed on the ground, did not even look at the minced meat on the ground. Instead, she met up with the party that was advancing without stopping and continued to advance into the depths of the forest. The stench of blood filled the entire forest. Roar, 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 roar. Roar, 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 roar. Woo! As if the entire demonic forest was in a complete riot, the cries of the protozoan echoed everywhere. Chapter 2133. Rumble. The ground of the forest began to shake and shake. Bam, 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 bam. The sound of trees being smashed into pieces could also be heard. Around the initiators who were moving into the depths of the demonic forest, gigantic protozoa were roaring and roaring as they knocked down trees along the way. Like sharks that had caught the scent of blood, they surged toward the initiators. Not long after, the gigantic protozoa had knocked away the trees that were blocking their way and leaped out from every direction. Their eyes flashed with a ferocious glint as they opened their mouths filled with fangs and saliva at the initiators before them and pounced. In just an instant, hundreds of Fairyland initiators were surrounded by dozens of protozoa. Moreover, those protozoa were all at least at Stage 3 level, with some of them even at Stage 4 level. Their gigantic size was very intimidating. Even so, there was not a hint of fear on the faces of the initiators from Fairyland. Their advancing footsteps did not pause at all, and merely raised the weapons in their hands to meet the army of primitive animals that were encircling them. Roar, 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 roar. The monsters' roars shook the air. Hey ah! The girls' cries echoed all around. The cursed children with weapons in hand faced the army of protozoa directly, clashing head-on with them. Bam, 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 bam. The initiators who were wielding guns pulled the triggers of their weapons, causing the muzzles to burst into blazing flames. The bullets that blanketed the sky were unleashed at the protozoa around them, landing on the gigantic protozoa one after another. The higher the stage of the protozoa, the larger its size would be. In order to support its gigantic body, the higher the stage of the protozoa, the harder its skin would be to penetrate. The protozoa in the demonic forest were at least stage 3 beings. Naturally, they were gigantic in size and had extremely tough skin. To break through the protozoa's skin, if one were to use firearms and ammunition, the firepower must not be weak. Therefore, every bullet fired at the protozoa around them was as powerful as a shot from an anti-tank sniper rifle. In an instant, powerful bullets tore through the skin of the protozoa one after another, causing their flesh and blood to splatter everywhere as they roared in pain. And at that moment, the initiator of the melee battle rushed forward, using the weapons in his hands to strike thunderously at the protozoa. All of a sudden, the protozoa that were at least stage 3 fell one after another under the initiators. Not a single one of them remained intact. They were either blasted apart or minced into a pile of minced meat. Then, just like the protozoa from before, the minced meat wriggled on the ground for a while before stopping altogether, turning into a pile of carcass remains. The initiators, led by Tina, only took 30 seconds to take care of this group of primitive animals. 30 seconds later, the hundreds of initiators finished off all the protozoa that surrounded them. Like agile cheetahs, they continued to leap between the trees and marched forward. His footsteps did not stop at all. Wow! In the conference room, the representatives of each country who saw this scene on the LCD screen all stood up abruptly with shocked expressions on their faces. How is this possible? An army of protozoa that were at least stage 3 or above was taken care of just like that? They didn't regenerate. Moreover, aren't the initiators' abilities too high? It's one thing for the tornado to be able to take care of the stage 4 protozoa in one hit. After all, it's the 7th IP ranking. But how come the initiators who are only ranked within the top 1000 have such powerful combat strength? At this moment, all the representatives of each country were shocked. There were 2 reasons. One was that the protozoa did not regenerate. The protozoa in the demonic forest were famous for their extremely high regenerative abilities. Basically, they were all at least level 2 regenerative abilities and could ignore the level of ordinary machine-made weapons. However, from the beginning, none of the dozens of protozoa showed that level of regenerative ability and were defeated in an instant. Moreover, the initiators displayed on the LCD screen were also astonishingly powerful. Be it the top 10 initiators, the top 100 initiators, or the top 1000 initiators, all of them seemed to have received an astonishing amount of combat power at this moment. Be it the stage 3 or 4 protozoa, all of them were dealt with in an instant. This group of initiators with amazing abilities swept through the army in the forest that was regarded as the demonic forest without stopping. Facing the huge protozoa that came from all directions crashing through trees, rock walls, and caves, they fearlessly raised their weapons and faced them head-on. Displaying their terrifying combat strength, they killed the protozoa one after another on the spot. It was as if they had entered a place where no one could stop them. Impossible. Some of the representatives of each country couldn't help but use their own country's language. Gulp. The representatives of the other countries couldn't help but gulp as they watched the performance of the group of initiators with amazing combat strength on the LCD screen. Huff. Huff. Qiwu Zhongshuan tried desperately to calm himself down, but his breathing became more and more rapid. On the other hand, Mu Geng and Xing Tianzi were both surprised and delighted. The group of initiators belonging to Fairy Tail had shocked the representatives from all over the world. In front of the representatives of these countries, the corners of Noah's mouth slowly curled up, and he finally spoke. According to the reconnaissance of Fairyland's artificial satellite, apart from those stage 1 and 2 insignificant characters who accidentally entered the forest from the outside, there are a total of 12,573 stage 3 and stage 4 protozoa that are known for their high level of regenerative ability. On the other hand, we sent 648 initiators, a difference of about 21. And with this annihilation speed, even if we include the time for searching, traveling, resting, and eating, a day is more than enough to clear out the entire demonic forest. Noah looked around at all the representatives of the countries present, his voice resounding throughout the entire place. I wonder if everyone still doubts whether Fairyland's annihilation operation will succeed. Noah's words did not draw any response from anyone. All the representatives of the countries present were so shocked that they could not react at all. In the end, Chiwu Zhongshuan was the only one who stared at the initiator team on the LCD screen. His voice was hoarse. How? How did you do it? Upon hearing that, Noah glanced at Chiwu Zhongshuan and curled his lips into a smile. What are you referring to, President Chiwu? Don't play dumb. Chiwu Zhongshuan slammed the table in excitement. Why didn't the protozoa in the demonic forest regenerate? Since when did the initiators of Fairyland become so powerful? The combat ability displayed by each initiator is enough to rank in the top 10 of the IP ranking, right? Don't tell me you're not the one behind this. Why would President Chiwu think that I'm the one behind this? Noah asked innocently. Can it be that the children in my guild have been hiding their true strength and are finally showing their true strength now? Nonsense. Chiwu Zhongshuan retorted without hesitation. According to the investigation, other than those in the top 10 of the IP ranking, the rest of the initiators in Fairyland have never shown this level of ability before. If they were hiding their true strength, with so many of them, 1 or 2 of them should have been exposed long ago. Is that so? The innocence on Noah's face disappeared and was replaced by a half-smile. Then I'm sorry to trouble you, President Chiwu, to investigate the children in our guild so thoroughly. Well. Chiwu Zhongshuan's eyelids twitched when he realized that he had said something stupid. However, Noah no longer paid attention to Chiwu Zhongshuan. He turned around and went to the laptop next to the LCD screen and started operating it. The next moment, the image on the screen began to expand, showing the wastes of the children who were killing in the forest. It was only then that all the country representatives noticed. On the waists of those children were all wearing a small device. Chapter 2134. What? What is that? Looking at the small device displayed on the screen, all the representatives present had a look of disbelief. Because none of the representatives present could recognize the small device pinned to the waists of the initiators. It was as small as a mobile phone. It was bright red all over. There was a bright gemstone embedded in the middle. And that gemstone was emitting light at this time, sprinkling a somewhat mystical color. The cursed children, who were the initiators of the attack on the demonic forest, were all wearing such a small device. Noah pointed at the small device on the screen and said to everyone present. You can call it an artificial artifact. An artificial artifact? The representatives of each country said in a somewhat deranged voice. An artificial artifact? Chiwu Zhongshuan muttered in a low voice. An artificial artifact? Mugeng's face was full of confusion. An artificial artifact? Elysian stared at the small device displayed on the screen, his slender hands slowly clenched. Looking at everyone's confused expression, Noah spread his hands and said so. You can treat this as one of my gains from disappearing for 3 years. Hearing that, everyone reacted. Gains from disappearing for 3 years? Chiwu Zhongshuan said with some uncertainty. In other words, this device called an artificial artifact is the reason why the initiators of Fairyland's ability became so amazing? That's right. Noah admitted frankly. The effect of this artificial artifact is very simple, which is to increase the activity of the protozoan virus in the cursed children's body to the limit, reaching the critical point. If the initiators who have not reached the growth limit wear this artificial artifact, then during the period when the artifact is in effect, their ability will be increased to the limit of growth. Noah revealed a shocking fact. And if the person wearing it is the initiator who has reached the growth limit, then during the period when the artifact is in effect, their ability will break through the growth limit. Break through the growth limit? The expressions of the representatives changed. Then doesn't that mean? Mugeng, Elysian, and Chiwu Zhongshuan were all shocked. It seems that all of you have thought of it. Noah suddenly smiled. Yes, it can help the initiator reach the state of domain and obtain the ability that is comparable to the high-ranking initiators. Although it can only be achieved during the period when the artifact is in effect, at least during this period of time, every initiator who reaches the limit of growth will obtain great power. Noah operated the laptop again and restored the image. On the screen, hundreds of Fairyland's initiators charged into the demonic forest as if they had entered no man's land, advancing at an astonishing speed. The scene of him effortlessly killing one protozoa after another was imprinted in everyone's eyes once again. The children who are attacking the demonic forest are all wearing artificial artifacts, and they are all initiators who have reached the limit of growth. Noah's voice clearly entered everyone's ears. In other words, what you are seeing now is a total of 648 initiators who have reached the realm of domain and have surpassed the limit. All of them are strong enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the IP rankings. They have formed a team to attack the demonic forest. A total of 648 initiators who had reached the realm of domain collectively attacking. At a time when a single initiator who had reached the realm of domain had the ability to change the world's military structure, how terrifying would the power of a total of 648 initiators who had reached the realm of domain collectively working together be? This fact was displayed in front of all the representatives of the countries in the world. Even if an initiator who has reached the realm of domain wears an artificial artifact, the activity of the protozoa virus in the body will be raised to an extremely high level. The power obtained will definitely be more powerful than a stage V protozoa. Noah's voice rang out powerfully. And the protozoa virus that has reached the limit will also trigger a kind of field that can affect the activation of the protozoa virus in other individuals. Unless they also have an artificial artifact that can cancel each other out, no matter if the target is a cursed child or a protozoa, they will not be able to trigger the regenerative ability. This way, when the host completely dies, the parasitic protozoa virus would naturally die along with it, not allowing the host to regenerate. What did this mean? That is to say. The son of the sage said with some difficulty. This artificial artifact can replace the T-metal. Not only the T-metal, it can even replace the T-metal. Noah dropped such a bombshell. With it, even if humans lose the T, they can still resist the protozoa. At this moment, all the representatives of the countries widened their eyes and trembled. Hope. Mugeng muttered. Hope that they can completely defeat the protozoa. Yes. This was the hope that humans could completely defeat the protozoa. One had to know that although the T could suppress the regeneration of the protozoa, this metal was limited and could only be mined in volcanic areas. At present, all the countries in the world had already developed a sense of crisis. That was the gradual decrease of the T metal. If one day, the T metal was completely used up, then humans would no longer have the means to fight against the protozoa. Even the giant stone tablet that protected the last pure land of humans was made of T. Therefore, once the T-metal disappeared, then humans would truly perish. However, the artificial artifact in front of them brought new hope. If this artificial artifact could really replace the T-metal and completely suppress the regeneration of the protozoa, it could even suppress the level 2 regeneration ability that could ignore the T-metal. It could even replace the T-metal and suppress the strongest level 5 regeneration ability. Then, it would no longer be a dream for humans to defeat the protozoa. Not to mention, it could also increase the power of the initiators and give birth to batches of initiators who could break through the growth limit and reach the domain realm. With this power, hundreds of people could conquer one of the 3 great demon realms in the world. If it continued to increase, then defeating all the protozoa would no longer be a dream? Thinking of this, not to mention Mugang, even the representatives of the countries were trembling with excitement. The son of the sage, who longed for peace, was almost suffocating and almost shed tears. However, at this moment, Noah suddenly poured a basin of cold water on them. Unfortunately, the artificial artifact increased the activity of the protozoa virus to the point of breaking through the growth limit. That will also increase the erosion rate of the protozoa virus in the cursed child's body to the limit. Noah tapped on the laptop in front of him and said calmly, "According to my calculations, if a cursed child who has reached the growth limit uses the artificial artifact, then within 10 minutes, the erosion rate of the protozoa virus in his body will increase to more than 50% and he will become a protozoa." That one sentence woke everyone up from their excitement. How? How could this be? The son of the sage's expression changed abruptly. Doesn't that mean that the use of this artificial artifact has to be exchanged with the lives of the cursed children? Of course not. Noah smiled and waved his hand. That's only for the average cursed child. Fairyland has a preparation that can completely suppress the protozoa virus. Therefore, for us, this artificial artifact can be used in actual combat. Hearing that, Mugang and the son of the sage both breathed a sigh of relief and fell back into surprise. Only the representatives of the countries seemed to have their hearts chilled and their expressions turned extremely ugly. Especially Chiwu Zhongshuan, who seemed to have thought of something and secretly cursed in his heart. According to what Noah said, then, the following development, would it not be, Fairyland is the only one who could produce the antidote, just as the cursed children who have joined Fairyland are the only ones who could use artificial divine artifacts. As long as the cursed children are willing to join Fairyland, saving the world and defeating the protozoa is just around the corner. As expected, Noah calmly said something in front of everyone that caused the expressions of all the representatives to change drastically. Therefore, to save the world and humanity, I hereby make a request. I hope that all countries in the world can transfer all the cursed children within their borders to Fairyland and contribute to saving humanity. As he said that, Noah had a thought-provoking smile on his face as he looked at the representatives whose expressions changed abruptly. This is for all of humanity. You won't refuse, right? Chapter 2135. In a split second, the entire conference room that was still noisy a second ago seemed to have been frozen into ice. All sound disappeared without a trace, and even the atmosphere in the air was chilled. Along with it, the hearts of the representatives froze into ice as well. It was only at this moment that all the representatives present knew why Noah would display the power of the fairy tale at the conference, presenting the annihilation operation planned by Fairyland before everyone's eyes. Noah's actions were for one thing. And that was to make all countries who intended to reclaim the cursed children go for wool and come home shorn. You. The representatives looked at Noah in disbelief. Chiwu Zhongshuan felt his vision darken as he felt a sense of dizziness. Initially, the ultimate goal of this international conference, regardless of which country it was to make Noah spit out all the cursed children that were transferred to Fairyland from all over the world despite having different starting points. But now, Noah was giving them a taste of their own medicine. In turn, with the announcement of an annihilation operation and an artificial divine artifact, he had all the countries send the remaining cursed children in their own country to Fairyland. Could all the countries in the world agree to such a thing? Of course not. They were here to weaken Fairyland's power in the first place, so how could they weaken their own power and strengthen Fairyland's? Looking at the shocked and enraged faces of the representatives, Noah's expression became sarcastic. I know how you feel, but this can't be helped. Now, humanity is being threatened by the primitive animals and has reached a point where survival is difficult. If we want to break the deadlock, we can only rely on the artificial divine artifact. This is an indisputable fact. Don't you want to save all of humanity? Don't want to save all of humanity? Most of the representatives of the various countries present did not have such thoughts in mind. Because they only wanted to save their own country. Who would be selfless enough to save all of humanity? However, could the representatives of the various countries present say this out loud? Once they did, they would instantly lose the support of the people in their country and be ousted from office. You are twisting words and forcing logic. One of the representatives couldn't help but shout. Even if the artifact could save all of humanity, we don't have to move every cursed child in our country to fairyland, do we? If you say so, then it's a little wrong. Noah spread his hands. An artificial artifact can greatly enhance the abilities of the cursed child. Every cursed child who obtains an artificial artifact can at least become a powerhouse in the top 500 IP rankings. With such strength, if all of them were to gather, they would definitely be able to defeat all the protozoa. If that's the case, Fairyland should announce the method of crafting artificial divine artifacts, and let every country in the world develop artificial divine artifacts. Wouldn't that be more efficient? Another country's representative said with a trembling voice. Fairyland is weak in the end. If we all work together, we can create more artificial divine artifacts and use them on the cursed children to have a greater chance of banishing the primitive animals. It's a pity that I've just informed everyone of the artifact's side effect. Only Fairyland has the means to eliminate that side effect with the incubation agent, and the only mother that can multiply the incubation agent is the one in Fairyland. Noah reminded as if he was being kind. Even if Fairyland provides the incubation agent to every country in the world, in terms of efficiency alone, instead of shipping it to every country in the world, why not gather the cursed children in Fairyland and use them directly? Wouldn't that be better? We know that it's inefficient, but we can't put the responsibility of saving all of humanity on Fairyland's shoulders, can we? Another country's representative spoke with some difficulty. We would like to do our part as well. I understand everyone's intentions. Noah smiled abruptly. Of course, we at Fairyland would not overestimate ourselves and think that we could save all of humanity alone. It's fortunate that Fairy Tale, which I lead as the center of Fairyland, is a non-governmental organization that faces the world. We would still send the cursed children to every country in the world in the form of commissions, and when the time comes, every country would just have to pay the corresponding remuneration, which could be used to produce incubation agents and artificial divine artifacts. That way, everyone would be satisfied. Satisfied? Satisfied, my foot. Not only would they have to send the remaining cursed children to Fairyland for free, they would have to pay to hire them if there was a need for them in the future. Was there anything in this world that was more ridiculous than that? At that very moment, every country's representative was cursing inwardly, no matter how cultured they were. Only Noah's face was still all smiles. Or are you saying that you don't want to do your part to save all of humanity? Noah mentioned, intentionally or otherwise. If that's the case, I believe that the citizens of your countries would be very dissatisfied, and that wouldn't do any good for you. The truth was just that cruel. The representatives of every country thought that they had the upper hand in this international conference, and that they would definitely have Noah under their thumb with the excuse of Fairyland illegally transferring the cursed children within their own borders. However, with Noah stirring things up, things changed completely. If Noah were to announce the existence of the artificial divine artifacts, every human in the world would fall into a frenzy. In order to survive, every citizen of every country would choose to support Fairyland. Moreover, the culture of hatred and rejection of the cursed children had long been ingrained in the hearts of every country's citizens. Every human would certainly wish for all the cursed children in their own countries to disappear, and get as far away as possible. That way, if the rulers of every country in the world still did not agree to this matter, then before the citizens of the country object and protest, these rulers would have to wait until they were replaced with a group of politicians who were willing to cooperate with Fairyland. However, in this day and age, there should still be many countries whose rulers are dictators who can rule by terror and completely ignore the voice of the people. Noah changed the topic and turned to look at Chiwu Zhongshuan. He said this with a smile that was not a smile. We can't agree with such people who ignore the will of the people and don't want to contribute to the human race, and only care about their own private rights. Therefore, if there really is such a dictator, I think that every country in the world should unite, march into that country's territory, and eradicate such vermin. Don't you think so, President Chiwu? Qiwu Zhongshuan's face turned extremely pale in an instant. The faces of every country's representative present also turned a little pale, and dispirited emotions welled up in their hearts. Lost. This time, it was a complete loss. From the moment Noah announced the artificial artifact, every country in the world was doomed to fail, and even had to turn around and help Fairyland. Because the citizens of every country in the world would stand on Fairyland's side. Stand on Noah's side. Once, in order to wipe out the entire Tendo family, Noah used the dark side in the hearts of the people in the Tokyo area, and succeeded in achieving his goal. And this time, Noah no longer used the dark side of the people in a small Tokyo area, but the dark side of all humans in the world. The desire to survive was aroused for one's own survival. The sense of belonging for the glory of the past. The hatred that burst out in order to defeat the monster horde. These emotions would be used by Noah, and become the stepping stone to achieve the entire Fairyland, and to oppress all countries in the world. In the face of these, every country in the world had no other choice. It seems that everyone has made a decision. Looking at the ashen faces of every country's representative present, Noah withdrew his artificial smile, and his face returned to calmness. Now, I have to tell everyone here something. Sins committed by the heavens can be forgiven, but sins committed by oneself are the hardest to bear. These are all your own doing. Noah's gaze swept across the faces of every country's representative. No matter what your purpose is, your actions are sacrificing the happiness of those children. Since you can't give the children a smile in Fairyland, then don't even think about the children. With that, Noah ignored the reactions of every country's representative present, and spoke plainly to the Holy Sun beside him. Lord Holy Sun, please announce the contents of today's meeting to the world, and spread the video of Fairyland breaching the demonic forest, and tell all humans, who is the one who can save them. Muggeng, when you go back, be prepared to receive the cursed children from every country in the world. Noah threw out those words directly. If any country is unwilling to contribute to all of humanity, you know what to do. What else could be done? Of course, it was to make it known to the world, and let them suffer. Muggeng and the Holy Sun both suppressed the excitement in their hearts, and nodded. Seeing this, every country's representative present understood. Things could no longer be undone. There's nothing else you want to say, right? Noah said indifferently. If that's the case, this international conference will be adjourned. With that, Noah turned around, and led Muggeng and the Holy Sun out of the conference room. Only a group of countries' representatives were left standing in place, unable to recover for a long time. Chapter 2136. The world would walk towards the light because of Noah alone. In order to increase his chances of winning, Noah had the idea of creating an artificial artifact. Of course, we're only collecting the cursed children in the world. Perhaps there will be new cursed children born in other countries in the future. I'm not the one who created the artificial artifact, it's Athena. Moreover, Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith also contributed a lot. It was because of this that Muroto Kino believed that Noah could change this hopeless world. Immediately, Noah had Hina, Xiashi, and Yen Zhu rush back to Fairyland to gather people and spread the news of the annihilation operation in the demonic forest. Even Rentaro patted Noah's shoulder, his heart filled with emotions. When the protozoa were defeated and humans were released from their twisted hearts, perhaps they would be completely divided into two types of people. So, the reason you disappeared for 3 years was to prepare for the artificial artifact? In order to prevent the same thing from happening to the children in the world, it seems that we have to investigate the household records of every country in the world. We can't leave out a single child. God knows how long it would take to recover to its peak. This world was completely distorted after the protogut animals appeared. As the strongest sword spirit, Aster could use a certain degree of steel elven magic. He was quite knowledgeable about the weapon refinement of steel elven magic. After Athena perfected the design of the artificial artifact, he used elven magic to refine the outer shell. In the corridor of the embassy, Rentaro learned about the whole process and result of the meeting from Muggeng, and said to Noah in surprise and joy. After all, unlike in the past, the current fairy tale could go up against countries all over the world at any time. The first type was those who were liberated from their hatred and were enlightened. They no longer stuck to the past and chose to move towards the future. In fact, Noah had already asked Athena to design an artificial artifact for the cursed children. Therefore, Noah did not take credit at all and only explained to Rintaro. Noah, who didn't know what Seiji, Mugeng, and Rintaro were thinking, was still immersed in his own thoughts. This was the only thing that could be confirmed. Could it be that the child is the same as Xia Shi and has intelligent protozoan genes in his body? Orpheus and Lilith were known as the dragon gods with unlimited power. Both of them gave their own snakes to the artificial artifacts at the moment when the artificial artifacts were formed, so that the artificial artifacts could gain power and produce amazing effects. Some countries don't even register their cursed children, Rintaro said. Even in terms of strength, in this world, Aster, Athena, Orpheus, and Lilith were unbeatable existences. Naturally, driven by the world's pattern, the latter would begin to flow towards fairyland, while the former would be shut out. Rintaro's surprised words made Noah, who had been calm and strong in the meeting room, feel a little helpless. However, Noah had never thought of asking Athena to create an artificial artifact that could destroy the gods. As long as it could increase the collective combat power of fairy tale and could be mass-produced, it would be enough. Moreover, the first to be distorted was none other than the humans themselves. The ones who actually carried out the plan were Aster, Athena, Orpheus, Lilith, Hina, Xia Shi, Yen Zhu, and the other girls. Moreover, the one who created the artificial artifacts was not Noah, but Athena. That was just an excuse to fool the representatives of the countries. I didn't think that things would develop like this. That child called Athena could actually create such an artificial artifact. Mugeng said in disbelief. In other words, Noah had only drawn up a plan from the beginning. There was one person who, in less than 5 years, saved all the innocent children in the world who were hated and ostracized by humans. So, that child is that powerful? That's true. Mugeng composed herself and said. There are still many things that need to be done. In order to give those children the same happiness, we have to come up with countermeasures. Otherwise, once those countries with bad intentions hide them, we can only be kept in the dark and let those children suffer silently in places we can't see. We have to think of a solution to that as well. One was to follow the darkness in their hearts and turn their hatred towards the cursed child who still had the blood of the original intestine when the original intestine animal was defeated. However, this way, the cursed children from all over the world will all gather in fairyland. The ultimate goal of my creation of fairy tale is finally about to be achieved. And this was also for those children, of course. Noah smiled. With that in mind, Sei Tianzi, Mugeng, and Rintaro looked at Noah's side profile and felt a certain feeling in their hearts. Hearing Noah's murmur, Sei Tianzi and Mugeng gave Noah a gentle look. Until the day when everyone acknowledges the existence of the cursed child, then the human race would usher in unprecedented prosperity and peace. After today, I'm afraid this world won't be peaceful for a while. Noah murmured. However, when that time comes, the human race would basically be crippled. Not even the 4 wise men. Sei Tianzi's expression became incredulous. When it comes to wisdom, I'm afraid that even the 4 wise men who are known as the world's strongest brains are no match for her. In the world of Demon Academy, Athena had already studied artificial artifacts for a period of time, and her attainment in this field was almost comparable to that of Azazel. As for Athena, with the help of Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith, she created hundreds of artificial artifacts overnight. Who would have thought? It was impossible for Athena to create another divine tool of annihilation with such a level of mastery over the artifact. Noah nodded and gently stroked the guild emblem on the back of his hand. Noah's words made the 3 of them come to a realization. For this reason, Athena even conducted research on artificial artifacts for a period of time. It wasn't until Noah obtained the specific information of the domain from Tina that Athena came up with an idea. She gradually perfected the artificial artifact that could enhance the abilities of the cursed child. Athena is indeed very smart, and can even be called wise. Noah did not confirm Mugung's words and only said this. Moreover, instead of dealing with them one by one, it was better to let them kneel down. When the artificial artifacts worn by Hina and the others were activated, the gemstones embedded in them were formed by Orpheus and Lilith's snakes. Noah could even let the 4 girls go to those countries that were looking for trouble. It would only take a day for the world to be left with only 2 independent countries, Fairyland and the Tokyo area. Of course, at that time, Noah did not intend to disclose the function of the artificial artifact to achieve the goal of making all the countries in the world obediently hand over all the cursed children. He simply wanted to increase the strength of fairy tale. That was, if they followed this man, it would definitely not be a mistake. It was because of the help of Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith that Athena was able to quickly create hundreds of artificial artifacts overnight. The method of creating artificial artifacts was not developed by Noah, but by Asashel's experimental results. After that, Noah had a conversation with the Holy Sun in the Holy Abode and suddenly thought of the existence of artificial artifacts, which led to a series of ideas. Whether it is Aster, Athena, Orpheus, or Lilith, their abilities are beyond your imagination. Don't underestimate these children. The Holy Sun, Mugung, and Rintaro, who did not know about this, were a little surprised. Under such circumstances, the appearance of the children who inherited the protozoan virus became the victims of this distortion. After the cursed children of the world were gathered in Fairyland, these children would be reborn. Many people's hearts became tired, distorted, and even deformed under the direct pressure of life and death. Chapter 2137. Bang! In the dimly lit war room, an iron fist made of pure metal slammed heavily into the wall. With a loud explosion, the sturdy wall was directly smashed into smithereens. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The black-robed bodyguard Zhuoren kept throwing punches, smashing the wall in front of him over and over again until it was shattered. Debris and gravel flew everywhere, and even a large amount of dust was raised, filling the entire war room. Without a doubt, the actions of the black-robed bodyguard were not smart at all. As an assassin who could only hide in the dark, the black-robed bodyguard's actions were completely an act of venting his anger. It would only attract the attention of others. Other than that, there was no other benefit. However, the other people present did not stop the black-robed bodyguard at all. Leech Binet Jr. was still sitting in the corner, hugging his sword, as if he was in a dream, and kept muttering something. Li Qingyin leaned against the wall on the other side, with his head lowered. Because he was wearing a mask, his expression could not be seen at all. The remaining black-robed man, who was called Sir, was still sitting in front of the surveillance screens in the war room. His whole body was covered in a black robe, so naturally, his expression could not be seen clearly. However, from his slightly clenched hands, it could be seen that this top operative of the Five Xiang Association was also unable to calm down in his heart. Noah Dole. His voice was very gloomy. I still underestimated you. Just 3 minutes ago, His Excellency, Li Qingyin, and the black-robed bodyguard all received reliable news, and learned about the process and results of the international conference that was being held in the embassy. But this news shocked the 3 of them at the same time. After the shock, they were furious. Soon, all the cursed children in the world will become members of Fairyland. His fist clenched tighter and tighter. That's not all. The most important thing is that artificial artifact, that is simply the nightmare of the Five Xiang Association. As a mysterious organization whose ultimate goal was world hegemony, His Excellency knew what the Five Xiang Association that he belonged to relied on. One was a mechanized soldier. Even so, while the mechanical soldiers were powerful, the cost to modify each one was very high. There were not many of them even in the Five Xiang Association, and none of them were comparable to the top 10 initiators in the IP ranking, and were simply no match for the 648 initiators in Fairyland who had reached the domain level. One was a protogut animal. In order to seize the world's hegemony, in fact, within the Wuxiang Association, from a long time ago, they had been cultivating primitive animals. Before this protozoan was born, it would be injected with drugs when it was still a virus. Only after it was cultivated would it be able to drive it. Furthermore, in order to achieve their goal of using protozoa to eliminate all rebellious countries, one of the requirements when cultivating these protozoa was to make them immune to the effects of Pyrenees. Not long ago, the long-necked dragon used by the terrorists of the Five Xiang Association to attack Magang was one of them. Noah and the others did not know that the reason why the long-necked dragon could ignore the qi was not because of its high level of regeneration, but because it was an experimental subject that was bred to be immune to the qi. In order to achieve this effect, His Excellency knew how much effort the Five Xiang Association that he belonged to had put in. However, all of this, in front of Noah's artificial artifact, would be reduced to nothing. Because, even if it did not rely on qi metal, the artificial artifact could release a stance that counteracted the regeneration ability of the protozoan, making it possible for anyone to eliminate the protozoan. It's just like fate. Li Qingyin laughed out loud in self-mockery. That man is indeed the biggest enemy that threatens us in the end. So, didn't I say? Bodyguard Zhuo turned around angrily and shouted loudly. When that guy was wandering on the streets yesterday, we should have gotten rid of him. At that time, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Bodyguard Zhuo was getting angrier and angrier as he shouted. Have all the preparations we made previously become a joke? Yesterday, the preparations that His Excellency had mentioned were actually the protozoan that the Five Xiang Association had prepared. In the past few days, His Excellency had relied on his own channels to secretly transport a large number of protozoan that could be immune to the qi to the Tokyo area, preparing to use them to give the fairy tale an indelible blow when the next operation was carried out. For this, His Excellency had also planned a lot of things. However, the center of these plans were all centered around these protozoan that could be immune to the qi now. Noah had created such an artificial artifact, which was equivalent to strangling all of His Excellency's plans to death. It was precisely because of this that Bodyguard Zhuo was so angry, and His Excellency and Li Qingyin had such a big reaction to this news. Recalling all the efforts he had made in the past, which were actually resolved so cleanly by Noah, His Excellency's heart was also furious. However, compared to the incompetent Bodyguard Zhuo, His Excellency could sit in the position of the top operatives of the Five Xiang Association. Obviously he was not brainless. Now, if we face the fairy tale, we won't have any advantage. His Excellency took a deep breath, and finally, with an extremely unwilling voice, he made such a decision. Give up the plan, let's take the long view. What? Bodyguard Zhuo was shocked, and then his face distorted. Give up the plan. In other words, His Excellency was not going to deal with Noah. What kind of joke is this? Bodyguard Zhuo growled out. Let me watch that guy get what he wants. Absolutely impossible. In addition to hatred for Noah, Bodyguard Zhuo also had endless jealousy. In the beginning, Bodyguard Zhuo was eyeing the Holy Son of Heaven covetously. In addition to coveting the Holy Son of Heaven's beauty, he also wanted to become the ruler of the Tokyo area and rise to the sky in one step. However, all of this was not only destroyed by Noah, but the other party also easily got what Bodyguard Zhuo had always wanted. For example, the Holy Son of Heaven. Bodyguard Zhuo had long known that the Holy Son of Heaven definitely had some special feelings for Noah. As a bodyguard, Bodyguard Zhuo had seen the Holy Son of Heaven stare at Noah's back more than once. It was because of this that Bodyguard Zhuo hardened his heart, and under the instigation of the Tendo Chrysanthemum, he went to the fairy tale station and buried countless bombs there. Today, Noah even developed a monster guild that Bodyguard Zhuo looked down on into a giant that could affect the world and compete for the hegemony of the world. How could Bodyguard Zhuo, who originally coveted the position that the Holy Son of Heaven brought to him, not be jealous? Driven by the negative feelings of hatred and jealousy, Bodyguard Zhuo could not imagine that he would continue to watch Noah show off his strength. Regarding Noah, Bodyguard Zhuo only had one thought. That was to kill. Your Excellency, we can't give up. Bodyguard Zhuo said hatefully. That bastard is the master of Fairyland. If we don't get rid of him, it will be much more difficult for our Wuxiang Association to obtain the hegemony of the world. Do I need you to remind me of this? His Excellency glanced coldly at bodyguard Zhua, and there was some irritation in his tone. With that artificial artifact, and with the cursed children all over the world flowing into fairyland, it won't be difficult for Noah Dole to obtain the hegemony of the world. This person is our greatest enemy, how can I not understand? But it is because of this that we have to give up on the plan, right? Li Qingyin said softly. With that artificial artifact and the many initiators in fairyland, we have no chance of winning in a direct attack. That's right. His Excellency laughed coldly. We have no chance of winning in a direct attack. His Excellency's cold words made Li Qingyin raise an eyebrow. I see. Li Qingyin smiled pleasantly. Are you trying to change the attack in the open to assassinate in the dark? That's right. His Excellency nodded, and raised his hand, holding a mobile phone in his hand, and smiled meaningfully. It just so happens that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has appeared before my eyes. Your Excellency, bodyguard Zhuo quickly said. What about us? You guys are on standby for now. His Excellency waved his hand. Also, have the mechanical soldiers gathered in Tokyo come over, and listen to my orders at all times. Hearing that, Li Qingyin and bodyguard Zhuo nodded either nonchalantly or reluctantly. Chapter 2138. No matter how the rats hiding in the dark jumped around, at least on the surface, Noah had won all the victories. On the same day, the Holy Sun followed Noah's instructions and announced the entire process and results of the international conference. He also spread the video of the fairy tale initiator team conquering one of the 3 demon realms. As soon as the announcement was made, the entire Tokyo area was in an uproar. There's hope. There's hope. We humans finally have the hope of defeating all the protogut animals. All the people were wild with joy, completely falling into a huge surprise. On this day, almost all the people in the Tokyo area shed tears of joy, and like a national celebration, there was a lot of noise and celebration. Under the Holy Sun's intentional manipulation, such a huge piece of news spread to the world at an unimaginable speed, causing all the humans in the world to go crazy. All humans were hit by a huge surprise on this day. They felt like they were in a dream and could not react for the whole day. It could not be helped. Humans had always been persecuted by the protogut animals, and it was too much. To put it bluntly, living in this era could only be described as painful. This was because no one knew when they would be swallowed into the stomach of a protogut animal that suddenly jumped out from the corner and died. Similarly, no one knew when the place they lived would be overrun by an army of protogut animals and completely fall into hell. Therefore, in this era, almost all humans could be said to be living in hell, suffering every day. This kind of pain happened to be an important factor that bred the dark side of humans. Now, the announcement of the artificial artifact and the policy of fairyland had let all humans see hope. They saw the hope of completely defeating the protogut animals, no longer being threatened by their lives at all times, and could live freely under the sun without the need to live in fear. Under such circumstances, a series of butterfly effects occurred one after another. For example, in the Tokyo area, the people who once doubted Noah, hated Noah, and could not understand Noah's action of sheltering the cursed children all changed their minds, repenting one after another. Similarly, in various parts of the world, the people were overjoyed. Just as Noah had said before, they began to organize demonstrations and advocate for the government to send all the cursed children in their country to fairyland to contribute to the salvation of humanity. In some countries, there were even people who had developed faith in Noah and began to raise the banner that Noah was the savior sent by the gods, openly recruiting believers. Years of oppression and yearning for the era when humans once flourished made all humans stand on Noah's side, supporting Noah and fairyland. In this regard, the world could do nothing. All those in power knew what it meant to send all the cursed children in their country to fairyland. Before this, fairyland already had the ability to unify the world. And now, if the cursed children were to be moved to fairyland under strict management by various nations, it would simply weaken themselves and strengthen fairyland's ability, making it easier for the world's hegemony to fall into fairyland's hands. Furthermore, with the release of the artificial divine item, every cursed child that fairyland gained was equivalent to gaining an army. Under such circumstances, it would not take long for Fairyland to rise above all nations and become the world's most powerful nation. When that time comes, if they were to make a move against the world, which nation could resist? Even if they did, would all the nations in the world combined have the ability to stop them? Naturally, the answer was no. Furthermore, Fairyland would continue to accept requests from all over the world through the form of commission as before. With the loss of the cursed children, the world would probably have to increase the number of commissions sent to Fairyland from now on, and be squeezed for money by Fairyland? Just like in the world of Seeking a Chance Encounter in the underground city, Eulalie became the center of the world because she monopolized magic stones. With Fairyland monopolizing the cursed children, it was only a matter of time before it became the center of the world as well. That way, before the protozoa were completely wiped out, every nation in the world would be at Fairyland's mercy. It was a situation that none of the world's rulers were willing to see. For that reason, some rulers did their best to oppose the decision, revealing Fairyland's conspiracy to their citizens, only to incur the wrath of the citizens whose desire for survival had erupted. One after another, they were denounced, with some even ousted from power. Some rulers sighed, resigned themselves to their fate, and sent out envoys to Fairyland, hoping to forge a good relationship with Fairyland. Some rulers, however, had other intentions, feigning compliance but secretly opposing, attempting to hide some of the cursed children with potential and ability. Furthermore, some of those in power even intended to use the cursed child as a bargaining chip to negotiate terms with Fairyland. Of course, the latter would basically end badly. The reason Noah did not rely on his own power to crush the nations was because he did not want the cursed children to be used by the rulers of the nations to threaten him. After all, there was a malicious part of the human heart. Who knew when others would viciously disgust him? With that in mind, Noah and Mugging formulated a series of countermeasures to deal with those rulers with ulterior motives. Therefore, those rulers would probably kowtow until their heads bled in Fairyland, and could only send their cursed children to Fairyland with their tails between their legs. Then, Noah announced another piece of news that shook the world. To protect the living forces of the protozoa, every nation in the world must enact laws and regulations related to the protection of the cursed children. If they do not comply, Fairyland will never accept any commission from that nation. In many nations today, the cursed children basically had no human rights. Some did not even have a household register, and were treated as garbage that could be thrown or picked up anywhere. In the past, people never thought that there was anything wrong with that. After all, while people claimed that the cursed children were humanity's last hope, no one cared when the protozoa's numbers did not decrease but instead increased, and defeating the protozoa was still far away. But now, things were different. The annihilation of Fairyland told everyone that the cursed children who had obtained artificial divine artifacts could conquer the three great demonic realms, and there was hope for defeating the protozoa. With the hope of salvation, the people finally began to realize who could truly save them. Therefore, before the nations of the world could react, the citizens once again became the sword in Noah's hand, pointing it at the national government. It was believed that the day when the cursed children would truly obtain human rights was not far away. Of course, even if that was not the case, they would still obtain happiness in line with their age in Fairyland. With all that done, Noah and Mugging began to tinker with countermeasures, intending to have every nation transfer the cursed children born in the future to Fairyland. Everything was developing in the direction Noah envisioned. It's all here. In the living room of the holy abode, Athena put a document on the table, her seductive snake eyes staring at Mugging as she said, "This is the method to create the artificial divine artifact for the cursed children. You can hand it to the technicians in Fairyland for mass production. While the efficiency is definitely not as high as when I do it myself, it should not be difficult to mass produce one artificial divine artifact a day." Understood. Mugging solemnly put away the document. "Then, I'll take it." Beside him, the Elysian Emperor and Rintaro's eyes followed the document until it was put away by Mugging before they reluctantly withdrew their gazes. That was humanity's hope to defeat the protozoa. Between the Elysian Emperor and Rintaro, one was peace-loving, the other upholding justice, and naturally valued that small document. Seeing this, Noah quietly asked Athena. Can the technicians of this world create artificial divine artifacts? This artificial divine artifact is only effective when it is embedded with the snake gem. Athena replied. Without the power of the snake, this artificial divine artifact is just a strange shell, so even the humans of this world can mass-produce it. Noah nodded in relief. Chapter 2139. The artificial artifact that belonged to the cursed child had the side effect of increasing the infection rate of the protozoan virus to the limit. If the method of making the artifact were to spread and fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, it may cause some of the cursed children to become sacrificial lambs. Therefore, if possible, Noah would of course want to have full control of this artificial artifact that belonged to the cursed children in the hands of fairyland. There was no doubt that Athena had done this. The power of the snake, provided by Orpheus and Lilith, was now just like the matrix of the anacosm, there was only one. Meanwhile, the outer shell of the artifact could be made by the humans of this world. Once the outer shell was made, a gem could be extracted from the snake and embedded into it. Only then could the artifact be completed. Because the snake had only one relationship, and just like the anacosm, the artifact would definitely be firmly in the hands of fairyland. Moreover, Athena had also set up a defense mechanism in the artifact, so that the artifact would only work on the cursed child at the beginning. Once the target was changed, it would automatically self-destruct, and even if it was snatched, it would not be used by others. As long as both the anacosm and the artifact were firmly in the hands of fairyland, the status of fairyland would not be shaken. Noah's initial goal of creating a utopia where all the cursed children could live happily in this world was now basically complete. All that was left was to protect. After all, it's easy to attack a city, but difficult to defend. However, with Mugang, Hina, Xiashi, Yanzhu, Rentaro and other reliable companions, Noah believed that fairyland would be able to continue to develop unscathed. To be able to fulfill this initial wish before the final battle, Noah had no regrets. With that thought in mind, Noah couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Athena's pair of bewitching snake eyes stopped on Noah, as if she saw something from Noah's smile, but did not say anything, and just looked at Noah silently. Master. Aster wasn't as smart as Athena. She sensed the change in Noah's state of mind. She was worried that Noah would leave her, so she gently snuggled into Noah's embrace. Although Orpheus and Lilith were innocent and didn't know much about the world, their senses were very sharp. They followed Aster and stuck close to Noah. She really likes to act like a spoiled child, Noah couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and gently stroked the girls' heads. Tina and Yanzhu's brows furrowed when they saw how intimate they were with each other. Big brother sure is biased. Tina muttered to herself. Such a good relationship, it really makes people jealous. Yanzhu puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Even Xiashi looked at this scene with some envy, making Mugang, who was at the side, almost laugh. Saitiko and Rintaro watched the interaction between Noah, Aster, Athena, Orpheus, and Lilith with watchful eyes. They couldn't help but smile. A warm atmosphere instantly spread throughout the lounge. After a while, Elysian son of heaven broke the silence and asked Noah. Is the reception of fairyland ready? I've left it to Mugang. Noah continued stroking the girls' heads as he turned his gaze to Mugang. It should be ready, right? No problem, I've made the arrangements as soon as possible. Mugang smiled confidently. Now we just have to wait for the countries around the world to send the cursed children over. But will those fellows obediently send the cursed children over? Rintaro asked doubtfully. I don't think everyone will obey. It doesn't matter. We've already started the census of the countries around the world. Our guild's tour group has been to countries without a census register. It won't be difficult to count the number of cursed children, Mugang said. So you don't have to worry. There won't be any problems with the reception. I'll make the arrangements. But what about a dictator like President Chi-Wu? Hina asked. Although Big Brother threatened the president at the meeting, I don't think he's someone who will listen obediently. In fact, The only question left is what President Chi-woo will do. Xia Shi said. According to our spies, the rest of the countries seem to have made their moves. They're either compromising or doing something in private. We've already prepared countermeasures. But President Chi-woo's behavior is a bit strange. Saitiko said worriedly. Now, the representatives from all over the world have left the Tokyo area and returned to their respective countries. Only the president of Chi-woo has remained in the Tokyo area. I wonder what that dictator is thinking. He hasn't left? Noah suddenly raised his head and looked at Saitiko. Zhongshuan of Chi-woo hasn't left Tokyo? Yes. Saitiko nodded. Not only that, President Chi-woo doesn't seem to be leaving anytime soon. He's been staying in the hotel. Hearing this, Noah narrowed his eyes slightly. It had been almost a week since the international conference. He didn't expect Zhongshuan of Chi-woo to still be in Tokyo. Of course, Noah didn't think Zhongshuan of Chi-woo would stay in Tokyo for no reason. This guy must be planning something. Thinking of this, Noah asked Saitiko. During this time, did Zhongshuan of Chi-woo do anything suspicious? No, President Chi-woo has been staying in the hotel and hasn't gone out. Saitiko answered truthfully. I also sent someone to talk to President Chi-woo, but they didn't even get to meet him. According to President Chi-woo's bodyguards, President Chi-woo seems to be in poor health these days, so he wants to stay in Tokyo for the time being to recuperate. Recuperate? Yen Zhu curled her lips. What a clumsy excuse. Even I can see through it. Yes. Noah nodded and turned to look at Athena. What do you think? Following Noah's question, everyone present looked at Athena. Noah once said that Athena's wisdom was even better than the 4 wise men, who were known as the world's strongest minds. Presumably, this child must have some opinion. And indeed, Athena said this sentence without hesitation. The president is probably not in the hotel anymore. Not in the hotel? Everyone was stunned. You mean? Noah hesitated for a moment and said. Did Zhongshuan sneak out of the hotel without anyone noticing? Although it's just a guess. Athena nodded casually. But the president has been staying here, and no one has seen him. If recuperating is an excuse, then this person is very likely not in the hotel anymore. Athena's words were unusually convincing. If President Chi-woo is not in the hotel, where did he go? Saitiko couldn't hide his uneasiness. What is he doing in the Tokyo area? Letting such an ambitious guy wander around in his territory was indeed not a good thing to worry about. It was natural for Saitiko to be so uneasy. Not only Saitiko, but even Mugeng and Rintaro frowned. Noah was the only one who suddenly said this. Mugeng, the person I asked you to send to monitor Zhongshuan during the international conference is following him now, right? When Noah mentioned this, Mugeng immediately reacted. Without answering, Mugeng took out her phone and walked to the side to make a call. After a while, Mugeng hung up the phone and came back. How is it, Miss Mugeng? Miss Mugeng? Ryotaro asked impatiently. Did he say anything? Mugeng nodded solemnly. He looked around at everyone and said, let's go. There seems to be important information about Zhongshuan. Important information about Zhongshuan? Everyone's eyes lit up. The person you sent is quite capable. Noah smiled and said to Mugeng. What kind of information is it? I don't know yet. It's not safe to talk about it over the phone. Mugeng looked straight at Noah. So, do you want to meet him directly? Noah thought for a moment and nodded after a while. Mugeng and Rintaro both smiled. It was a happy thing to be able to meet his guardian. Chapter 2140. Ding dong. With the crisp sound of a wind chime, the door to a cafe was pushed open. Both Noya and Ryotaro entered the cafe through the door. Welcome. A waiter immediately stepped forward with a smile on his face and bowed to Noah and Ryotaro. Hello, Ryotaro greeted the waiter. I'm Ryotaro. I've arranged to meet someone here. That person should have arrived already, right? Are you Ryotaro Ryotaro? The waiter answered without hesitation. Please follow me. With that, the waiter led the way. Noah and Ryotaro looked at each other, then followed the waiter into the depths of the cafe. Under the waiter's lead, Noah and Ryotaro arrived at a corner. There was already someone there. It was a man with a pineapple-like hairstyle and wearing a traditional pantsuit. He should be over 50 years old, the same age as the head of the cafe. A middle-aged man sat in a corner of the cafe, leisurely sipping his coffee. When he saw Noah and Rintaro coming in from outside, his eyes lit up. He stood up and waved his hand in a forthright manner. Ryotaro, over here. Ryotaro immediately smiled faintly and brought Noah forward to stand in front of the other party. It's been a while, Mr. Ziheng, Ryotaro greeted. I'm relieved to see that you're as healthy as before. I'm even more relieved than you are. The middle-aged man whom Ryotaro addressed as Ziheng smiled. Kid, ever since you left Tokyo and moved to Fairyland, you've been traveling around the world. I think you're the leader of a tour group. I heard that you often get into conflicts with those powerful people from other countries. I've been worried about when you'd die. To be honest, there were a few times when I thought I was going to die. Ryotaro smiled bitterly. But fortunately, I managed to pull through. That's right. You've made it through. Ziheng patted Ryotaro's shoulder emotionally. That's why you've become one of the top 10 promoters in the IP rankings. Even the countries in the world can't ignore your existence. In the past, I really didn't even dream that a guy like you who couldn't even eat enough could reach this step. Can't you give me some face? The bitter smile on Ryotaro's face deepened, and his tone became a little rough. I heard that your business is getting better and better. Miss Mugging has bought pie medals from you several times, right? I am also very grateful to that girl for taking care of my business. Ziheng grinned before he quickly asked. Didn't Mugging come? It can't be helped. Ms. Mugging is a public figure after all. Everyone knows that she's the acting president of Fairyland and has appeared on television countless times. She can't possibly come to a cafe like this, can she? Ryotaro said. However, I did bring our immediate superior here. Immediate superior? As if he had just noticed Noah's existence, Ziheng turned his gaze to Noah. After staring at Noah for a while, he suddenly clapped his hands. Isn't this President Noah who defeated the Scorpio of the Zodiac 3 years ago, saved Tokyo during the Third Great War of Tokyo, and founded Fairy Tale? Hello, Mr. Ziheng. Noah nodded at Ziheng. I'm Noah Dole. You can just call me Noah. It's really you. Ziheng was flattered and smiled. I've long heard of President Noah's great name. Thank you so much for taking care of Ryotaro and Mugging. What are you talking about? Noah shook his head. Mugging and Ryotaro are both very reliable talents. They relied entirely on their own efforts to get to where they are today. President Noah, you don't have to be so humble. I know Mugging and Ryotaro better than anyone else. Although these two guys are very capable, they always make mistakes in some inconspicuous areas. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen to the point where they could only set up a poor police company. Ziheng laughed. By the way, let me introduce myself first. I'm Senichi Ziheng. You can say that I'm Senichi Ziheng, the nominal guardian of Ryotaro and Mugging. Hearing that, Noah shook hands with Ziheng while recalling the information that Ryotaro had told him. The middle-aged man in front of him was indeed Ryotaro and Mugging's nominal guardian. In the past, Senichi Ziheng used to be the butler of the Tentong family. He knew Mugging and Ryotaro since they were young and took good care of them. After Mugging and Rintaro severed ties with the Tentong family and completely left, Ziheng Xianyi took on the role of their guardian. Even the Tentong civilian guard company that Mugging used to run was registered and guaranteed by him. Otherwise, Mugging and Ryotaro, who were still students at that time, would not have successfully registered a company. Not long after that, Senichi Ziheng left the Tentong family and bought a mine. He specialized in excavating pie metal and started a business. Because of that, Senichi Ziheng had many connections and helped Mugang and Ryotaro a lot. Previously, when Noah asked Mugang to send someone to keep an eye on Xian Shi, the person that Mugang looked for was Senichi Ziheng. Alright, don't just stand there. Sit down first. Ziheng welcomed them warmly. Noah and Ryotaro naturally had no reason to refuse and sat down together. At that moment, the attendant who had been waiting at the side finally came up and looked at Noah excitedly. Excuse me. Excuse me, are you really the owner of Fairyland, President Noah, the one who released the artificial artifact and brought the hope of saving mankind? Noah had forgotten that there was an attendant beside him. Looking at the attendant's excited expression, he scratched his cheek. That's me, but please don't tell anyone. I don't want to be surrounded. I understand. The attendant was extremely excited and careful as he spoke to Noah. Thank you so much for bringing us hope, President Noah. Please do your best. I will support you. Can you shake my hand? Looking at the attendant's excited expression, Noah laughed dryly and extended his hand. The waiter immediately blushed and held Noah's hand tightly. Then, with an sound, he ran away happily without a trace. Noah was speechless. Even Rentaro was taken aback as he muttered to himself. Could it be that these are the legendary fans? Now, there are many people in the Tokyo area who have become fans of President Noah. Ziheng also smiled mockingly. After all, he is the savior who brings the hope of saving mankind. I heard that there are even people in foreign countries who have established a religion and gathered many believers because of this. President Noah may be deified in the future. Noah did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not expect that after releasing the artificial artifact, it would cause such an effect. This was something that Noah did not expect. After all, in this world, Noah had always been known as the shelter of the cursed child and was despised by all humans who hated and rejected the cursed child. As such, Noah did not expect that the release of an artificial artifact would make him, who was known as the shelter of monsters, become the savior in people's hearts. This also showed the fickleness of humans. They could hate others because of one factor, and they could also worship others because of another factor. Was this how the saying, love begets hate, hate begets love, came about? When he thought of this, Noah secretly sighed in his heart. Fortunately, I'm not like Mugang who often appears on TV and knows what I look like. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to walk the streets now. However, Noah did not do all this to become the savior and superstar in people's hearts. Noah's actions were only to protect Fairyland and the children. Mr. Ziheng, let's get to the point. Noah looked at Ziheng. Mugang said that you have been watching Chiwu Zhongshuan all this time and you seem to have gained something. It's up to President Noah to judge whether it's a gain or not. Ziheng rummaged through a small bag on the side and took out something from it and put it on the table. I just relied on some connections to get this thing. Hearing Ziheng's words, Noah and Ryotaro immediately looked at the table. Ziheng took out a photo. The person in the photo was Chiwu Zhongshuan. In the photo, Chiwu Zhongshuan was in a dark corner. There was a person in front of him. Chapter 2141. Looking at the photo on the table, Noah and Ryotaro frowned at the same time. There was no other reason. In the photo, in a dark corner, Chiwu Zhongshuan's back and side profile were very clear. However, the face of the person who was talking to Chiwu Zhongshuan was blocked by Chiwu Zhongshuan, so he couldn't see it at all. I only received this photo today. While Noah and Ryotaro were frowning, Ziheng spoke. When Mugenko asked me to find someone to keep an eye on Chiwu Zhongshuan, I asked a worker from the mine to stay in front of the hotel where Chiwu Zhongshuan was staying and keep an eye on him 24/7. Then, yesterday, the workers saw Chiwu Zhongshuan sneaking out of the hotel without a single bodyguard. He took a taxi to the 12th district of Tokyo and met the person in the photo. Ziheng pointed at the person in the photo who was blocked by Chiwu Zhongshuan. This photo was taken at that time. In other words, Chiwu Zhongshuan did sneak out of the hotel yesterday and met with someone, right? Ryotaro sorted out the information and looked at Noah. What do you think? What else can I think? Noah curled his lips. Although I don't know what the dictator is planning to do, it can't be anything good if he's doing something so sneaky. The problem is, it seems that someone is planning to help Chiwu Zhongshuan. Ryotaru's tone was a little unfriendly. Chiwu Zhongshuan didn't bring any bodyguards and took a taxi to meet with this person alone. This means that this person should be someone in the Tokyo area, right? Is it a spy that Chiwu Zhongshuan arranged in the Tokyo area? Or did someone really reach an agreement with Chiwu Zhongshuan? Noah said indifferently. In any case, there's too little information to infer anything. Then what should we do? Ryotaru asked. Are we going to take this photo to the hotel to question the dictator? No, now is not the time. Noah glanced at the person in the photo who was talking to Chiwu Zhongshuan. At the very least, I need to confirm who is meeting with Chiwu Zhongshuan in private. Otherwise, even if I kill Chiwu Zhongshuan, there will be a rat spying on us in the dark. That's true. Rentaro nodded. Then how are you going to confirm this person's identity? Go find the Holy Son of Heaven, Noah said bluntly. Although the location in the photo is a hidden corner, since it's not the outer peripheral area that hasn't been rebuilt after the Protogut War, it's possible that a surveillance camera captured this scene. You mean the Holy Son of Heaven? Ryotaru seemed to come to a sudden realization and sighed. Only you would call His Excellency the Holy Son of Heaven by his full name in public. You also said it's in private. Noah smiled helplessly. No matter what, that girl is the ruler of Tokyo. On the surface, I still have to call her respectfully. If you want to call her respectfully, then don't call her, that girl. Rintaro rolled his eyes. Otherwise, who are you trying to fool? Hearing this, Noah could only spread out his hands to show that he was innocent. He couldn't help it. No matter what, he shouldn't call his lover Lord Holy Son of Heaven. If he did, the first person to complain would be the Holy Son of Heaven. Ziheng, who had been quietly listening to the conversation between Noah and Rintaro, couldn't help but smile. Although I don't know what's going on, but this photo of mine should be of some help to you, right? Of course, Rintaro said without hesitation. You've helped us a lot, Mr. Ziheng. I'll take this photo with me. Noah put away the photo on the table and said to Ziheng. Mr. Ziheng, thank you so much for your help. You're welcome. My matter is insignificant. You're the master of Fairyland. If you want to find someone to spy on someone, it's just a matter of moving your lips. I should be grateful that I can help. Ziheng waved his hand and smiled generously. Of course, if President Noah can take care of my business a little, that would be even better. I'll keep that in mind. Noah shrugged helplessly. Anyway, thank you for your help, Mr. Ziheng. Aya, you're too polite. Ziheng laughed bitterly. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said such a sentence. But, if I'm lucky, I may have the opportunity to deal with President Noah in the future. Oh. Noah was slightly surprised. What do you mean? It's not something worth hiding. Ziheng looked at Noah and said solemnly. Actually, I plan to participate in the election of the next ruler of Tokyo. The election of the next ruler of Tokyo? Noah was stunned. Mr. Ziheng. Rentaro was completely stunned and did not react for a long time. Then, Noah and Rentaro looked at each other. It seems that I've scared you. Ziheng scratched his head apologetically and laughed. Just pretend that you didn't hear it. Unfortunately, it was really difficult to pretend that they did not hear it. The reason for that was because the matter that Ziheng spoke of was no small matter. Since the establishment of Tokyo, the first generation of the Son of Heaven came to power and became the ruler of Tokyo. For a long time, the position of ruler of Tokyo was almost hereditary. The first generation of the Son of Heaven inherited the position of ruler and became the second generation of the Son of Heaven. The second generation of the Son of Heaven also inherited the position of ruler and became the third generation of the Son of Heaven. Noah's lover, the holy girl that he was secretly dating, was the third generation of the Son of Heaven in Tokyo. In other words, the grandmother and mother of the Son of Heaven were the previous generation of rulers of Tokyo. Now, the position of ruler fell on the head of the Son of Heaven. Therefore, the position of ruler of Tokyo, at least since the first generation of the Son of Heaven, has been hereditary. Moreover, it seems that the system will continue to be hereditary. After all, 3 years ago, before Noah left this world, the Elysian Emperor had confessed to him that the Elysian Emperor's confidants had been urging him to quickly decide on his other half so that they could get married and have children, and determine the next Elysian Emperor's successor. Now, Ziheng said that he wanted to participate in the election of the next ruler of Tokyo? Doesn't that mean that Ziheng wants to end the hereditary system of the Son of Heaven? Mr. Ziheng. Rentaro was very surprised. Are you serious? Well, I guess you can say that I'm serious. Ziheng did not choose to be perfunctory in the end and frankly admitted it. People have to climb higher. Just like how the Sima family used to be in the weapons business, but now they have replaced the Tendo family and have a high position in Tokyo's political arena, I also want to stand out a little. I don't just want to be a businessman in the pie metal business, I want to have a seat in the political arena. That's true. Rentaro said hesitantly. But, isn't it a little too rushed to set your sights on the position of ruler of Tokyo? That's why I think the chances of losing are much higher than the chances of being elected. Ziheng laughed. But, if by some miracle I really become the ruler of Tokyo, President Noah, you have to help me then, okay? As he said that, Ziheng looked at Noah with a strange gaze. Fairyland's position in the world will become extremely important, and you can even control countries around the world. My little Tokyo region will be under your care then. Hearing Ziheng's words, Rentaro was completely speechless. Noah, on the other hand, met Ziheng's gaze as his eyes flickered. Because, Noah knew that Ziheng was serious. Although he said it so casually, this person probably wanted to go all out and become the ruler of Tokyo. He did not expect Rentaro and Mugen's guardian to have such ambition. Of course, even Rentaro did not expect Ziheng to have such ambition. Otherwise, he would have said a word. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Chapter 2142. After leaving the cafe, Noah and Rentaro walked side by side to a limousine. Inside the limousine, the chauffeur got out of the driver's seat and opened the door for Noah and Rentaro. Not long after, the limousine slowly began to move forward. Noah and Rentaro sat opposite each other in the limousine. After a while, Rentaro spoke up. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Noah asked directly. Why are you apologizing? Because of Mr. Ziheng. Rentaro sighed. I didn't know that Mr. Ziheng wanted to become the next ruler of Tokyo. I can see that. Noah continued to laugh. But what does that have to do with your apology? Don't you care at all? Rentaro asked in confusion. Mr. Ziheng wants to participate in the election of the next ruler of Tokyo. Is there a problem with that? Noah asked. It's not like he wants to become the next ruler of Tokyo. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Rentaro was confused. In other words, you agree with Mr. Ziheng's decision to become the next ruler of Tokyo? Why would I object? Noah asked with a half-smile. Just like Mr. Ziheng said, it's normal for people to want to climb higher. I have no reason to object, right? Why not? Rentaro asked without hesitation. If the Son of Heaven has a child, then the next ruler of Tokyo should be the Son of Heaven. Although Mr. Ziheng doesn't want to oust the Son of Heaven, if the election is successful, then the Son of Heaven won't be able to become the ruler of Tokyo. You're being too absolute. Noah's expression didn't change. No matter what, as long as Mr. Ziheng doesn't want to threaten the Son of Heaven, then I have no reason to object. If that girl knew about this, she would think the same. After all, in her eyes, the ruler of Tokyo should be someone who can bring peace and happiness to the people. It's not a symbol of power, but a symbol of responsibility. If Mr. Ziheng can bring peace to the Tokyo region, then she definitely won't mind abdicating. Noah smiled at Rintaro. So, don't think too much. Mr. Ziheng is not my enemy at the moment. Is that so? Rintaro felt relieved. That's good. Looking at Rintaro's relaxed expression, Noah sighed inwardly. Although Ziheng would not become Noah's enemy at the moment, there was no guarantee that he would not become one in the future. As long as Ziheng didn't give up on becoming the ruler of Tokyo. Why? Because of age. Immortal Ziheng was already over 50 years old. On the other hand, the Holy Son of Heaven was only around 20 years old. In other words, as long as nothing happened to Shingtianzi could still be the ruler of Tokyo for a long time. In this way, if Ziheng Immortal wanted to wait for the sage Son of Heaven to abdicate, he might not even be able to wait until he died of old age. Under such circumstances, if Ziheng Immortal Ziheng wanted to become the ruler of Tokyo, then attacking Shingtianzi was the only way. That was why Noah said that Ziheng was not his enemy at the moment, but in the future, it was hard to say. Of course, if Ziheng really wanted to wait for Shingtianzi to abdicate before fighting for the Tokyo region's ruler, then Noah would not object. Perhaps some people would think that with Noah's relationship with Shingtianzi, he would help pave the way for Shingtianzi's heirs, so that her heirs could continue to be the ruler of Tokyo, instead of giving it to an outsider. However, if one thought about it carefully, they would realize that it would be foolish of them to think that way. Noah did not give up on Shingtianzi's idea. This silly girl had waited for him for 3 years, and when she appeared in front of the world at Fairyland, she was the first to stand up and resolutely declared her side, becoming an ally of Fairyland. Noah had no reason to give up on her. In this way, it would be normal for the two to talk about marriage in the future. In that case, Shingtianzi's heirs could only be Noah's heirs. When that time comes, as the owner of Fairyland, would Noah let his daughter, don't ask why not his son, run to another region to be the ruler? Of course not. Even if she wanted to be, she would have to be the ruler of Fairyland. Therefore, there was no reason to protect Shingtianzi's heirs. Anyway, don't think too much. I'm not hostile to Mr. Ziheng, I'm just shocked by his target, Noah said to Rintaro. Now, let's focus on dealing with Chiwu Zhongshuan, don't let this dictator do anything here. Got it. Rintaro nodded. So, are we going back to the holy residence now? There's no need for that. Noah took out his phone. You can just call the Holy Son of Heaven. With that, Noah dialed Shingtianzi's private number that only he knew. The black limousine drove forward, brushing past the cars as it quickly shuttled across the road. It was traveling at about 90 kilometers per hour, neither too fast nor too slow, allowing the black limousine to drive forward until it finally drove into an area. After a while, the limousine stopped in a parking lot. Noya and Rintaro both got out of the car and immediately raised their heads to look in front of them. In front of them was a skyscraper. It was so tall that it surpassed the surrounding buildings. The entire building was black as if it was made of ash. In front of the skyscraper was a slab of stone. There was a line of large words on the slab. Central Control and Development Agency? Rintaro was puzzled. Where is this? How would I know? Noah spread his hands. After explaining the situation to Shingtianzi, she asked me to come here. She said that she would arrange for someone to help us with the investigation. Is that so? Rintaro looked around. Then where is she? Noya glanced at Ryutaru and gestured to the front with his lips. Isn't that right? Hearing Noah's words, Rintaro raised his head and looked over. Then, his expression stiffened. In the skyscraper in front of them, a person was walking out of the door with 2 guards. President Noah, Torai-san. The man had a kind smile on his face as he greeted them. We meet again. Cabinet. Rintaro didn't notice that his tone had unknowingly become unhappy. Why are you here? Shingtianzi asked me to wait here for your arrival. Cabinet didn't mind Rentaro's unhappy tone. The smile on his face was still as bright as ever. Didn't you two want to see the footage captured by the surveillance cameras in the Tokyo area? I'm here to help you too. Why are you here to help us? Ryotaro swallowed back those words with all his might. Meanwhile, Noah, who had been observing Ryotaru's performance, chuckled inwardly. This kid's attitude towards Cabinet Duru is so bad. Is it because Cabinet Duru used to be Mugen's fiancé? It seems that it's better to let this kid have less contact with Cabinet Duru. Otherwise, he might go berserk. At once, Noah turned to Toshiro and said, Cabinet Duru, can you show me the footage captured by the surveillance cameras in the Tokyo area? Sheng Tianzi asked me to do my best to fulfill President Noah's request. Since it's an order from Sheng Tianzi, I naturally have no reason to refuse. Cabinet Duru nodded without hesitation. The two of you, please come in with me. After that, Toshiro gestured toward the skyscraper with a please gesture. Then, Noah led Ryotaru, who was still in a bad mood, into the pitch-black skyscraper under the guidance of Toshiro Akiyama. There wasn't anything special about the interior of the skyscraper. It looked like a company building with people walking around everywhere. Noah and Rentaro took the elevator with Cabinet Duru. The elevator ascended at an astonishing speed and reached the 65th floor in one breath. Finally, Cabinet Duru led Noah and Rentaro to a room labeled Control Room. The bulletproof glass door opened, revealing the scene inside the room to Noah and Rentaro. Chapter 2143. This was a very spacious room, but it was extremely dark. There was almost no light in the room. The structure of the room was shaped like a fan. In the deepest part of the room, there was a large number of holographic screens stacked together, forming a futuristic scene. In the room, the only source of light was the holographic screens. On the screens, the numbers displayed in the form of bars were rapidly changing. Only the largest display in the center of the room showed a map. Noah and Rentaro immediately recognized the map. It was a map of the Tokyo area. The two of you, please come in with me. Toshiro said as he led Noah and Rentaro into this futuristic room. Looking around, Noah asked curiously. What is this place? If I were to summarize it in one sentence, it would be the control room that manages the electricity. Toshiro smiled meaningfully. At least, this is what it looks like on the surface. On the surface? Rentaro turned around and looked at Toshiro. In other words, there is another purpose for this place. Yes. Toshiro explained. I'm sure the two of you know that electricity must be transmitted through high voltage and power lines to reach the final destination. But in this way, when the electricity is sent to an ordinary home, there will be a serious loss of electricity, which will lead to excessive waste, right? Moreover, there are also examples of large databases that require a large amount of power to be idle in order to prevent the server from overloading or a rapid increase in the amount of data. Only a portion of the power is used, and the rest is wasted. Toshiro pointed at the monitor in front of him. This system is used to monitor the usage of energy, and under the premise of avoiding power outages, efficiently transmit and distribute the appropriate amount of electricity. Based on this idea, the first generation of shonen started to build this place. But since it has already been built to this scale, isn't it a bit wasteful to just use it to manage the electricity? Noah very casually interjected. So, while managing the electricity, it is necessary to have some other functions, such as managing the surveillance cameras in the Tokyo area, right? As expected of President Noah. Toshiro shrugged helplessly. That's right. If you're here, you'll be able to see the footage captured by all the surveillance cameras in Tokyo. All of them. Ryotaro couldn't help but be flabbergasted. No wonder there are so many monitors here. That's not right, Ryotaru. Noah corrected Ryotaru. If this place can really monitor the entire Tokyo area, then the number of monitors here is too small. After all, the number of surveillance cameras in the entire Tokyo area was simply unimaginable. Stations, airports, banks, and other important facilities aside, the Tokyo area and even other areas were mostly equipped with surveillance cameras. This was because some of the protozoa might slip into the human's residence through the gaps in the magnetic field released by the giant stone monument and bring about a protozoa virus infection that was even more terrifying than the plague. In order to prevent the invasion of the protozoa and wipe them out at any time and place, every area was equipped with many surveillance cameras. Almost the entire area was monitored. Of course, when the number of surveillance cameras increased, it was almost impossible to know what was happening in every corner of an area at all times. If one were to take the Tokyo area as an example, the number of surveillance cameras here could be described as tens of thousands. With so many surveillance cameras, if someone were to manage them, who knew how much manpower it would take to manage all of them? So, it became necessary to use an AI system to manage the surveillance cameras, and this place was born. Toshiro seemed to be very impressed by Noah's sharp thinking. He stepped forward and walked to the large number of monitors. There were some staff members in front of these monitors. Toshiro whispered a few words to the staff members. The staff members nodded and began to operate. The next moment, the map of the Tokyo area on the central monitor began to be simplified and gradually expanded. Finally, it shrank into an area and was divided into several images, which were displayed in front of everyone. Toshiro turned around and said to Noah and Rintaro, "You two are looking for President Takashi, right? I've already asked someone to search through the facial recognition program installed in the control room here. We'll get the results soon." As soon as Toshiro finished speaking, the corner of the huge monitor that was divided into several images was enlarged and filled up the entire monitor. The image that appeared on the monitor was the scene of Takashi sitting on the sofa in a hotel room, holding a mobile phone. It was unknown who he was talking to. President Takashi is now in the hotel. He hasn't left. Toshiro shrugged. Didn't you two go to the hotel to look for him earlier? What we want to see is not Takashi's current whereabouts, Noah said directly. Show us the surveillance footage after Takashi sneaked out of the hotel yesterday. Sneaked out of the hotel? Toshiro rolled his eyes slightly. Obviously, he had some doubts about the situation in his heart. However, Toshiro still asked the staff to show him the surveillance footage from yesterday. After a while, the image on the central monitor changed again. This time, it showed the scene outside the hotel. Then, Noah, Rintaro, and Toshiro saw it at the same time. Takashi, who had changed out of his formal attire and was dressed as an ordinary staff member, did not bring any bodyguards with him. He went to the street alone, hailed a taxi, and left the hotel. Seeing this, Noah immediately ordered, "Show me all the surveillance footage from behind." It had to be said that Noah, who had always dealt with all kinds of people, was like an extremely noble person when he gave an order. His voice and posture were full of majesty. Therefore, the group of staff followed Noah's orders almost instinctively. They didn't even ask for Toshiro's permission, which made Toshiro's expression a little resentful. Under the operation of the staff, the surveillance images of the car that Chiwu Zhongshuan was in were brought up one by one. Not long after, the car on the screen stopped at a place and opened the door for Chiwu Zhongshuan to get out. After getting out of the car, Zhong Xianhuan looked around and glanced at the watch on his wrist to confirm the time. Then, he walked forward and arrived at a restaurant. He sat down and leisurely ate his lunch. Noah and Rintaro didn't say anything. They just stared at the monitor, watching Zhongshuan's actions. At a certain moment, Chiwu Zhongshuan confirmed the time again, paid the bill, and walked out of the restaurant. He walked all the way to a deserted alley. Finally, Chiwu Zhongshuan came to a dark corner. There was already someone waiting for Chiwu Zhongshuan. Looking at the screen, Noya and Rentaro's eyes narrowed as they watched the person who was standing in a dark corner and talking to Takashi Zhongshuan, who had just arrived. The person who was talking to Chiwu Zhongshuan in the photo brought by Ziheng was completely hidden because of the angle of the photo. At this very moment, the image displayed on the monitor allowed Noah and Ryotaro to clearly see the full appearance of that person. "That is," Toshiro said in surprise. "Commander Soma Zhongshuan." "Yes." The person who was talking to Chiwu Zhongshuan was the commander of the self-defense forces, Soma Zhongxiong. Before the international conference began, he treated Noah and the others as impolite brats in the lounge. He was the one who scolded Noah and the others, the commander of the self-defense forces. So it's him. Rentaro whispered. Is he the spy that Chiwu Zhongshuan arranged in Tokyo? Not necessarily, Noah said indifferently. It's also possible that after the conflict with us last time, he became resentful and reached an agreement with Chiwu Zhongshuan to cooperate. It really does seem like something that arrogant commander would do, Rentaro said sarcastically. Maybe he's just being used by Chiwu Zhongshuan. Regardless, our next target is finally out. Noah glanced at Soma Zhongxiong on the screen. Let's go find this idiot. Chapter 2144. Tokyo, District 40. This was the outermost district of the Tokyo area. It was also a district where no one lived. There were no skyscrapers or crowds of people here. There was only silence and desolation as far as the eye could see. Of course, as the outermost district of the Tokyo area, this was also known as the boundary between heaven and hell. Beyond this boundary was an endless forest. Inside, there was a tall, pitch-black wall that blocked the view. The towering, pitch-black wall was the guardian of humanity's last paradise, the giant stone monument. It was so tall that it was almost impossible to see the top of it. Its color was darker than the darkness. It didn't make people think of hope, but evil. Just its height alone was more than 1.6 kilometers. Even the width of the stone monument was 1 kilometer. There were actually many houses around it. These houses were the residences of the self-defense forces that guarded the border of the Tokyo area. Noah and Ryutaru arrived at this place in the evening. This was a place where not even a limousine was willing to drive in. Thus, Noah and Ryutaru took the limousine directly to District 39. After instructing the driver to wait there, they walked here on foot. Although I've seen it many times. Ryutaru looked up at the giant, pitch-black stone monument and spoke with a complicated tone. However, every time I see this pitch-black monument, I think that no matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like something that would protect humanity. Is that so? Noah asked in an indifferent tone. Then, what kind of existence is more suitable to protect humanity? At least change the color. Ryutaru muttered. Something like white. That's why you can only think about it. Noah smiled slightly. Finding the white kuei is probably even more difficult than developing artificial artifacts. But, this color really makes people feel uncomfortable. Ryutaru sighed. It's like telling humanity that even if we continue to live, the future will only be dark. No future is dark, Noah said without any hesitation. From the way I see it, as long as one is able to live on, there will be a future filled with hope. As for many people, as long as one is able to live on, not to mention the color of the huge stone tablet being black, even if one's entire body was dyed black, it wouldn't matter. Is that why so many humans are hopeless in this era? Rentaro's tone was downcast. Just thinking about it makes me feel like he's not human. I feel that compared to the previous you who didn't think about anything and only wanted to uphold justice, the sentimental you now is more unlike you. Noah could not help but laugh. When did you become so artistic? I also feel that I'm not like myself at all. Rentaro pursed his lips. It's just some nonsense, don't mind it. Hearing this, Noah shrugged and didn't say anything else. He raised his head and looked at the giant stone tablet in front of him. This is the first stone tablet, right? That's right. Rentaro collected his emotions and nodded. This is the first giant stone monument located right in front of the Tokyo area. The self-defense forces are stationed around the stone tablets all year round, and this first stone tablet is equivalent to the headquarters of the self-defense forces. Noah stroked his chin. Soma Minhiko is on duty here, right? At least, that's what the records say. Rentaro spread his hands. Since the commander of the self-defense forces went to the city to meet with Takashi Minhiko in private, it's hard to say if he's here or not. Whether he's here or not, we're going to make this trip anyway. Noah said helplessly. We've been running for a whole day. Let's hope that self-righteous bastard can give us something. If we knew this would happen, we should have brought more people with us. Rentaro said after the fact. In the end, the great president of Fairyland had to personally run around for a whole day just to investigate a single matter. Just thinking about it makes me sigh. Compared to hiding in the office and going through documents, I'd rather do it myself. Noah narrowed his eyes. Moreover, this is no ordinary matter. It's worth it for me to do it. No ordinary matter. Rentaro was slightly taken aback before he reacted. Did you find anything? Sort of. Noah nodded. But it's just a guess. I wonder if Soma Minhiko can give me a clue that can confirm my guess. Then let's hurry over. Rentaro's face turned serious. It's already so late. If we continue to waste time, it'll be detrimental to our investigation. Noah nodded again. Then, Noah and Rentaro walked toward the stone tablet. Behind the first tablet, there was a house that wasn't exactly luxurious but was unusually spacious. Although it was called a house, at first glance, it looked more like a military fortress. It was surrounded by walls, but there were many buildings inside. It looked like a military camp. Noah and Rentaro walked up to the gate and looked at the military camp. The military camp in the evening was eerily quiet. With the pitch-black stone tablet as the background, it made one's hair stand on end. Noah and Rentaro looked at each other. Then, at Noah's signal, Rentaro stepped forward and shouted at the top of his lungs. Is anyone here? Rentaro's voice turned into an echo that reverberated throughout the military camp. Under such circumstances, not a single person responded to Rentaro. Rentaro frowned and continued to speak. We're here on the orders of the Son of Heaven to patrol. If anyone is here, please open the door for us immediately. As Rentaro increased his volume, his voice became particularly loud and clear. It even caused an echo. However, Rentaro was still met with a deathly silence. Rentaro's frown deepened when he didn't get any response. His expression became somewhat unsightly. Are those guys doing this on purpose? After all, the self-defense forces and the Metropolitan Police Department were notorious for rejecting the police. They believed that the police were stealing their positions and jobs. They were generally hostile to the police. Perhaps it was because he knew that Noya and Rentaro were coming that he deliberately didn't respond, so that the two of them would be left in the cold. How could Rentaro's expression be any better when he thought of this? Just as Rentaro was about to continue shouting, Noah suddenly pressed on his shoulder. Rentaro. Noah stared in the direction of the military camp. Do you smell something? Smell? Rentaro was stunned. Then, he twitched his nose. In the next second, Ryutaru's expression abruptly changed. This smell. Rentaro's expression became serious. Don't tell me, it should be. Noah's expression became emotionless as he said word by word. This is the smell of blood. That one sentence caused the temperature in the air to drop to freezing point. Bang! With a muffled explosion, Noya and Rentaro both broke through the ground and turned into afterimages. They leapt into the air and shot into the camp like two streaks of light. Noah and Rentaro had just stepped through the gate and leaped into the air. The scene of the entire military camp was imprinted into their eyes, and the scene that entered their field of vision caused their hearts to sink. In the vast military camp, soldiers wearing the uniform of the self-defense forces were lying all over the ground in disorder. There was a pool of blood under each of these soldiers. Their bodies were also covered in blood, and they were no longer breathing. Obviously, these soldiers of the self-defense forces were all dead. Rentaro was shocked. What the hell is going on? Noah ignored Rentaro. Instead, he stared at the bloody scene in front of him. After a while, he suddenly rushed forward in a direction. Noah. Rentaro was shocked and hurriedly followed him. Noah, on the other hand, stepped over one corpse after another and arrived in front of a building in the center of the military camp. Bang! The sturdy gate was kicked to pieces. Noah flashed into the building and then stopped. He looked in front of him and fell into silence. Rentaro, who followed closely behind Noah, also saw the scene in front of him. His expression changed a few times, and then he clenched his teeth. In front of them, a corpse lay on the ground. His eyes were wide open, and his pupils were completely dilated. That person was Soma. Chapter 21:45. The thick smell of blood permeated the entire room. Noah looked at the lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen something unbelievable. Noah fell into silence, and Ryuteru's expression became more and more unsightly. Who is it? Ryuteru gritted his teeth. Who is it? Noah didn't answer. It wasn't that Noah was deliberately mystifying, but the situation happened so suddenly that even Noah couldn't determine who the murderer was. The only thing he was certain of was one thing. That is, the murderer was definitely not an ordinary person. In this military camp, which was equivalent to the headquarters of the self-defense forces, not only could he come and go as he pleased, but he could also easily kill all the soldiers of the self-defense forces without leaking any information. Such ability was not something that could be casually achieved by a person who came out of nowhere. Thinking of this, Noah stepped forward, squatted down, and gently pressed on the neck of Soma Zongxiong, who died with his eyes wide open. The body still has some body temperature, he should have been killed not long ago. Then, the murderer is very likely to be nearby. Ryuteru quickly said. Should we go after him? The problem is, how do we go after him? Noah stood up and looked at Ryuteru. After entering the military camp, we didn't see any traces of guns or ammunition. We didn't even see any signs of fighting. This proves that the murderer was in the self-defense forces. The soldiers took their lives unknowingly, causing the entire military camp to be strangely quiet. Only Soma Zongxiong seemed to have seen something before he died. Such a person would definitely not leave behind any clues for others to follow and be found by others. You mean to say? Ryuteru said with a hint of bewilderment. There's only one murderer. Not necessarily. Noah gave his affirmation. It could also be a group of incredible assassins, that's hard to say. It's really hard to be happy about this, Ryuteru said with disdain. There must be a lot of people who died in this person's hands, right? Maybe? Noah closed his eyes. If it's really them, then their hands are really stained with blood. To be able to take the lives of all the soldiers of the self-defense forces, including the commander of the self-defense forces, Soma Zongxiong. This kind of ability, this kind of bloody method, Noah almost immediately thought of that person. The person who attempted to destroy the world, bringing strife and chaos to the world, and taking pleasure in doing so. Li Qingyin. If it was that person, together with Binay the Leech, it should be easy to take away the lives of an entire self-defense force soldier without anyone noticing, right? The question is, why did the father and daughter massacre here? Huh? While Noah was deep in thought, Ryuteru suddenly. What is this? Hearing Rentaro's voice, Noah opened his eyes. Then, Noah saw it. Rentaro crouched down in front of Soma and took out something from under Soma. Key? Both Noah and Ryuteru were confused. The thing that Ryuteru took out from Soma Zongxiong's body was a key. Of course, if it was just an ordinary key, Noah and Ryuteru wouldn't be so confused. The reason why Noah and Ryuteru were confused was because this key was very special. Its entire body was pitch black, and there was a kind of darkness in its color that was even denser than the darkness. Pie. Noah was surprised. A key made of pie. Who would use pie to make a key? Ryuteru was confused. Is there a point? Yes. Is there a point? Pie was the most effective weapon against primitive animals, but it was widely used as a weapon. No one would want to use it in a way that had nothing to do with primitive animals. If we think about it the other way around, since this key is made of chi, it's most likely related to protozoa, right? Noah instantly switched his train of thought to reverse the situation. Ryotaro, let me see the key. Ryotaro immediately handed the key to Noah. Noah took the key, looked at it for a while, and made a decision. Ryotaro. Noah looked at Ryotaro. Let's search this camp. Understood. Ryotaro nodded without any objection. The sky gradually darkened. In the Self-Defense Forces camp, the bodies of the soldiers lying in pools of blood were covered with blankets. Noah and Rintaro searched the entire camp while covering the corpses with blankets so that their corpses wouldn't be exposed in the wilderness. By the time Noah and Ryotaro finished searching the entire camp, all the bodies were covered with blankets. Noah and Ryotaro also found something. Ha! In front of the wall in the deepest part of the camp, Ryotaro shouted and pushed open a metal box that was much bigger than him. It was as big as a truck's cargo box. Phew! Ryotaro wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the ground, and then at Noah. Is there anything strange here? Noah nodded. Undoubtedly, there's no pi here, but I can sense a weak magnetic field unique to pi metals. There's something wrong here. Pi's weak magnetic field. You can sense that? Ryotaro looked as if he had seen a ghost. Are you even human? You don't have the right to criticize me, Mr. Robot Soldier, Noah replied indifferently, then looked at the ground. Also, the weak magnetic field of pi is coming from below. I'm afraid there's a hidden space here. A hidden space. Ryotaro stepped forward suspiciously, raised his foot, and stomped on the ground. Clang! An incomparably clear sound rang out. There really is a hidden space. Ryotaro was shocked. As for Noah, he looked around the ground, then squatted down and dug up some of the soil on the ground. Immediately, a pitch-black metallic luster appeared in the air. Ryotaro finally reacted. He squatted down and dug up the soil on the ground. Not long after, a pitch-black door appeared on the ground. First, it's a pi key, and now it's a pi door. Ryotaro tapped his palm. Since we have the key and the door, we don't have to think about what to do next. Hearing this, Noah smiled and took out the key. He inserted it into the keyhole of the door and turned it. Gotcha! The moment the door was turned on, Noah and Ryotaro both perked up. The two of them held the doorknob and pulled open the door on the ground. A pitch-black space suddenly appeared before the two of them. Noah and Ryotaro looked at each other, then jumped into the dark space. What? In the dark basement, Ryotaro's expression changed drastically. With a swoosh, his face turned pale. Next to him, Noah quietly looked at the scene in front of him. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. What is this? Ryotaro's voice was filled with disbelief and trembling as he shouted. What is this? In the dark basement, there was nothing but neatly arranged cages. The cages were also made of pi metal. In each of the cages, there were monsters lying in them. They were motionless as if they were in a deep sleep. Some of these monsters looked like tigers, some like leopards, some like bears, and some like dragons. There were almost all kinds of shapes and sizes. There were even some that had the characteristics of several or even dozens of animals. Their bodies were huge. There was no need to say what the monster's true form was to be guessed. What else could they be other than gastronomic animals? Why? Ryotaro's voice was dry. Why would there be gastronomic animals hidden in the Self-Defense Forces barracks? Who knows? Noah smirked. Maybe it's because everyone who came here had the same question as you. That's why the Self-Defense Forces were massacred. In other words, the Self-Defense Forces' cause of death was none other than silencing them. Now, Noah was completely sure. Li Qingyin, Noah said indifferently. The murderer must be that guy. Chapter 2146. Where is this place? This is the Self-Defense Forces military camp, which is next to the giant stone monument. The giant stone monument was so close to this place. What kind of protozoan would appear here? It was obvious that if they weren't forced, and under the circumstances where the hoe was their natural enemy, protogut animals would never appear in such a place. However, in this basement, there were hundreds and thousands of protozoa. This kind of unreasonable phenomenon is undoubtedly telling others. These protogut animals were all secretly transported in by someone. And who would transport protozoa to the Tokyo area? A while ago, Noah saw one. Wuxiang Association. The mysterious organization that can control primitive animals. Last time, they used a stage 4 primitive animal to attack. I'm afraid these primitive animals were also cultivated by Wuxiang Association, right? Noah calmly analyzed. And since these primitive animals were secretly hidden here, it's obviously Soma Munio's doing. The key to open this basement is on Soma Munio's body. In addition, these primitive animals all appeared in the basement of the Self-Defense Forces military camp. Who would believe that the commander of the Self-Defense Forces didn't participate? So, Soma Munio is a cadre of Wuxiang Association? Ryotaro said, then immediately denied his own statement. No, if Soma Munio was a cadre of Wuxiang Association, then how could he be killed by Li Qingyin? Moreover, on Soma Munio's body, I didn't see the tattoo of Wuxiang Association, Noah said thoughtfully. From what I see, Soma Zongxiong was just being used. Used? That's right. Noah looked around at the cages where the primitive gut animals were kept. It's very likely that Soma Mengsheng didn't know that these cages contained primitive intestine animals, but he was deceived by the people of the Five Xiang Association. He secretly moved these primitive intestine animals here and hid them for the people of the Five Xiang Association. The other party was a mysterious organization that could even recruit Grunewald, one of the most powerful minds in the world. They also had enough power in the Tokyo area to secretly produce a batch of firearms and even military helicopters. Presumably, the cadre of this mysterious organization, in Tokyo, either has a very high status, or a huge network. Under such circumstances, the other party is very likely to be familiar with Soma Munsong, the commander of the self-defense forces. Before this international conference, they used Soma Munsong to transport the primitive intestines belonging to the Five Xiang Association into the conference. Needless to say, those guys moved these primitive animals to Tokyo. They must want to use them to deal with me, right? Noah's eyes showed a bit of wisdom. It's just that I released the artificial artifact at the international conference, which made the Wuxiang Association realize the fact that these primitive animals couldn't deal with me, so they killed the useless Soma Munsong and even the entire self-defense forces, leaving these primitive animals behind. If that's the case, who is the person who used Soma Association? Ryotaro's heart. Is it Kiwu Munio? Is Kiwu Munio the top cadre of Wuxiang Association? The ruler of Osaka has more than once expressed his desire for world hegemony. And the ultimate goal of Wuxiang Association is also the world. In that case, doesn't Kiwu Munio have enough reasons to become the top cadre of Wuxiang Association? You asked Mugen-san to keep an eye on Kiwu Munio because you suspect that he is the top cadre of Wuxiang Association, right? Ryotaro said with some annoyance. Damn it, if we knew his plan, then we might have been able to stop all of this. Hearing this, Noah just wanted to say something, but his eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked up and looked around. What's wrong? Ryotaro noticed Noah's strangeness, and as soon as he asked this question, he also noticed that something was wrong. Unknowingly, the atmosphere in the air had become somewhat sinister. Hew, 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 the sound of breathing gradually became rapid and rough. Noah and Ryotaro looked around, back to back, but their faces showed a thought-provoking expression, and the others showed an extremely bitter expression. Although their expressions were completely different, their words overlapped with each other. It seems that some troublesome things are about to happen. Along with this sentence, in the surrounding cages, pairs of scarlet eyes opened one after another. The protogut animals that were still sleeping a second ago suddenly woke up without anyone noticing. Kacha! In the next moment, a crisp sound came from the door of one of the cages. Kacha kacha kacha, as if causing a chain reaction, the crisp sound of opening and closing echoed one after another, causing the doors of the cages to slowly open. Hue. 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 In each of the cages, the primitive animals' breathing became louder and louder as the doors opened. All of the primitive animals opened their eyes and stared at Noah and Ryotaro with a murderous glint in their eyes. The surrounding air instantly froze. Ryotaro looked at this scene with his own eyes, slowly clenched his fist, and spoke in a deep voice, as if his mouth was dry. "How many can you deal with? What about you?" Noah did not answer, but instead asked a question of his own. "How many do you think you can deal with? If it's stage 4, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with 10 of them at once." Ryotaro's forehead was dripping with sweat. "But among the primitive animals here, there are more than 10 stage 4 creatures, right? There are 33 stage 4 creatures, 75 stage 3 creatures, 180 stage 2 creatures, and 324 stage I creatures. These are the numbers that I roughly calculated." Noah slowly raised the corner of his mouth. "Then, our friend of justice, Ryotaro-san, how long do you think you can last under the siege of this army of monsters?" 3 minutes, I think." Ryotaro laughed in a self-torturous manner. "If you don't come to save me in 3 minutes, then prepare to make a grave for me. You really don't have confidence in yourself. If it were Yen Zhu, even if you were surrounded by this army of primitive animals, you would still have a chance of breaking through," Noah said calmly. "Although that's because Yen Zhu has achieved domain, and is no longer the same as before, Ryotaro-san, in my opinion, you are an existence that explodes with greater strength the closer you are in a life or death situation. You should be able to last for 10 minutes, and you should be able to drag most of the primitive animals down to hell with you. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, President." Ryotaro could not help but click his tongue. "If that's the case, remember to save me in 10 minutes. I'll try my best." When this seemingly relaxed conversation finally came to an end, the sinister atmosphere in the basement finally exploded. Roar, 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 roar. In the cages around them, the protozoa all let out terrifying roars and started running wildly. All of a sudden, the wooden cages were smashed into pieces by the primitive gut animals. The protozoa roared at the sky, shaking the ground as they charged toward Noya and Rentaro like a flood of ferocious beasts. Ryotaro's right hand and right leg suddenly burst into flames. It was as if a blue flame had been ignited, burning his skin to nothing. Under the gradually burning skin, a pure black metal prosthetic arm flickered with a dark light. Like muscles, it suddenly swelled up. In contrast, Noah merely stared at the primitive gut animal that was roaring and charging at him, his gaze gradually turning cold. In the next second, the army of protozoa swallowed Noah and Ryotaro whole. Hiya! At the center of the primitive intestine animal army, a thunderous roar resounded. Bang! A violent gust of wind swept out like a raging wave, blowing away all the protozoa in the surroundings. Noah and Ryotaro still had their backs to each other. They clenched their fists and looked forward. "Remember!" Ryotaro yelled. "You have to save me in 10 minutes. Didn't I tell you?" Noah laughed. "I'll try my best." After saying that, Noah and Ryotaro simultaneously stomped on the ground and shot forward. Chapter 2147. Crack. When Ryotaro transformed himself into a cannonball and shot out like a bullet, one of his left eyes suddenly rotated. Like a small, intricate instrument, it flashed with a pitch-black light. It was the 21st style obsidian prosthetic eye. It was a calculation device installed on Ryotaro's left eye that could accelerate his thinking. In this prosthetic eye, Ryotaro saw a world that was slowed down by hundreds or even thousands of times. Therefore, in Ryotaro's eyes, the group of protozoa that were charging at him like ferocious beasts seemed to be moving in slow motion. They stomped on the ground while roaring and charging at him. Seeing this, Ryotaro exerted force in his prosthetic limbs. Ryotaro's prosthetic limbs weren't just made of ultra-alloy. They were metallic prosthetic limbs with powerful attack power. Inside the prosthetic limbs, there were cartridges. There were 10 cartridges in his arms. There were 15 in his thighs. These cartridges were all special items. When fired, they would produce a tremendous driving force, which would increase Ryudaru's attack power and speed supernaturally. Facing the large group of protozoa that were charging at him, Ryudaru fired the cartridges on his legs without hesitation. Bam! Accompanied by a loud gunshot sound, an empty cartridge was ejected from Ryudaru's right prosthetic limb and thrown into the air. Dong! Ryudaru's speed instantly soared. The propulsion device on his legs immediately activated, turning the driving force of the cartridges into a jet of light that shot Ryudaru out like a meteor. Then, Ryudaru fired the cartridges on his right arm. Tendo-style combat technique, Form 1, 3rd level. Ryudaru, who was shooting out like a meteor, suddenly turned around and clenched his fist. Deer ambush demon. His right fist, which had been enhanced by the driving force, carried a terrifying force and stirred up a strong wind. Like a meteor, it landed heavily on one of the protozoa that was charging at him. Bam! The Stage 4 protozoa completely withstood Ryudaru's attack. Under the direct attack of Ryudaru's metal right fist, the protozoa's body suddenly exploded with a terrifying explosive force. Large amounts of blood and flesh flew everywhere. Roar, roar, roar. Several protozoa immediately stepped over the corpses of their own kind, and with intimidating roars, they pounced toward Rintaro with even more ferocity. Without any hesitation, Ryudaru fired the ammo cartridge on his leg again. His figure turned into a laser beam and instantly disappeared from the spot. Boom! The ferocious protozoa immediately slammed into Rintaro's original position one after another. With a loud bang, the ground shook abruptly, stirring up a large amount of strong winds and dense dust. Roar, roar, roar. The other protogut animals, on the other hand, ignored him completely and continued to charge toward Rintaro. Their ferocious mouths were wide open, and as they roared, sticky saliva dripped from them. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Unfortunately, I'm not a qualified piece of food. Ryudaru assumed a fighting stance. The artificial eye in his left eye was frantically calculating, accelerating his thinking by 1,000 times, allowing him to completely grasp the movements of the charging protozoa army. After all, the ammo cartridge in the artificial arm was limited. If he used it all up, Rintaro would completely lose his superhuman attack power and explosive force, and could only rely on the hardness of the artificial arm to fight. If that was the case, Rintaro's strength would undoubtedly drop greatly. If he were to use the IP ranking to evaluate, it would be much clearer. Under normal circumstances, with Rintaro's strength, he would at most be in the top 300 of the IP ranking. With the artificial eye activated, Rintaro would be able to rank in the top 100 of the IP ranking. If he used both the artificial eye and the artificial arm at the same time, the mechanical soldier's abilities would be fully activated, and with Rintaro's Heavenly Child combat technique, Rintaro's strength would be a powerful booster in the top 10 of the IP ranking. That was why Rintaro claimed that he could only last 3 minutes because of the ammo cartridge in his artificial arm. Once he used it all up, his strength would instantly drop from the top 10 of the IP ranking, and he would only be in the top 100 of the IP ranking. Under the siege of so many protozoa, that level of strength would not be able to last even a minute. Therefore, the only thing Rintaro could do was to stall for time as much as possible. Unless he had no other choice, he would definitely not use the limited ammo cartridge. Even if he used it, he would not use it on some small fry. Because of this, Rintaro immediately fired the ammo cartridges in his right arm and right leg, instantly eliminating the most threatening Stage 4 protozoa. Roar, 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 roar. The protozoa did not know Rintaro's weakness at all. They just roared without reason and charged toward Rintaro like wild beasts. The next moment, Rintaro immediately fell into a passive state. In a situation where he tried his best not to use his ammunition, Rintaro could only dodge the frenzied pouncing of the protogut beasts. He either rolled on the ground or dodged to the side, barely avoiding the predations of the protogut beasts. Unfortunately, there were too many protozoa. Once they surrounded him, Rintaro could not dodge at all. He could only shoot the ammo cartridge in his leg. With the help of the propulsion device, he leaped up like a flash of light and dodged the protozoa's pouncing attacks at an astonishing speed. At that moment, Rintaro showed his amazing strength as a booster in the 7th place of the IP ranking. While dodging with the help of the propulsion device, Rintaro did not waste the opportunity. The moment he moved among the protozoa army, his artificial eye keenly located the most threatening Stage 4 protozoa. Heavenly Child Combat Technique Form 3, Level 15 Yunling Lakeside Carp. The powerful uppercut was like a rocket that shot straight into the sky. It carried an astonishing impact and heavily hit the exposed abdomen of the Stage 4 protozoa. Bang! Another muffled explosion rang out. A Stage 4 protozoan was once again blasted apart by Rintaro's terrifying punch. Blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. Rintaro kept moving among the protozoa's encirclement just like that. Sometimes, he relied only on his physical ability to dodge in a somewhat embarrassing manner. Sometimes, he used the ammo cartridge in his leg to flash back and forth like a thunderbolt with the help of the propulsion device. Sometimes, he targeted the Stage 4 protozoa and used the explosive force from the ammo cartridge as a weapon to deliver a powerful punch and blow the Stage 4 protozoa to pieces. Sometimes, he would take advantage of the fact that the thrusters in his legs had yet to disappear. While he was dodging, he would use the Heaven Child-style combat techniques kicks. With 1 or 2 flying kicks, he would destroy the protozoa that he passed by. In the blink of an eye, Rintaro had ferociously taken care of several Stage 4 protozoa. He had also casually taken care of dozens of Stage 1 and 2 protozoa. However, under such circumstances, the protozoa were still fearless of death. They stepped on the blood and flesh of their companions and charged toward Rintaro with frenzied roars. Tisk! Rintaro could not help but click his tongue. 5 minutes had passed. Just as Noah had said, Rintaro's performance was far better than he had expected when he entered combat mode. However, Rintaro had exchanged a lot of ammo cartridges for that. 3 rounds left in my right arm. 2 rounds left in my right leg. Rintaro calculated the remaining ammo cartridges in his prosthetic arm. While retreating, he pulled out an automatic pistol from his waist and pointed it forward. Bang! 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 However, the Stage I protozoa that were hit in the head by the pi metal bullets only paused for a moment. Then, their eyes flashed with even more ferocious light, and they charged towards Rintaro without slowing down at all. What? Rintaro was shocked. The bang. It's useless. Due to his shock, Rintaro missed the opportunity to use the ammo cartridge in his prosthetic arm. Roar! 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 One of the protozoa charged toward Rintaro and slammed into him. Bang! A violent impact exploded on Rintaro's body. Chapter 2148. Goo! When the protogut animal crashed into Rintaro's body, the impact was so strong that Rintaro felt as if his internal organs had been disrupted, and he spat out the air in his lungs. Roar! The protogut animal did not hesitate at all. It raised its sharp front claws and slashed at Ryutaru with a cold wind. It was like a shining blade. Clang! In the nick of time, Rintaro raised his right arm in time and blocked the sharp claws with his super-strong metal prosthetic arm. However, the protogut animal had not only sharp claws but also a thick tail. Moreover, it was a Stage 3 protogut animal. Whoosh! In the next instant, the thick tail turned into a blurry whip shadow and lashed at Rintaro's abdomen. Bam! With a muffled thud, Rintaro was sent flying and tumbled to the ground. He rolled dozens of times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. Ugh! Ryutaru clutched his abdomen and let out a bitter groan. Damn it! I was careless. Unfortunately, there was no time for Rintaro to regret. Roar! 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 With an intimidating roar, the protogut beast that sent Ryotaro flying acted like a commander. Together with the army of protogut beasts behind it, they charged toward Ryotaro, who was rolling on the ground. They were like a pack of frenzied beasts. Rentaro gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain in his body as he struggled to get up. Chi! Just as Rentaro was about to fight for his life, a phantom swept past him like a stream of light. Then, it punched out. Bam! The Stage 3 protozoa that had just beaten the careless Ryotaro into a pulp exploded under Seiji's fist. The protogut animal army's roar came to an abrupt stop. Moreover, their charging momentum came to a stop as well. All the protogut animals, regardless of whether they were Stage I or Stage 4, seemed to be rooted to the spot. They couldn't move, and the murderous look in their eyes turned into fear. This was because a terrifying aura was spreading in front of the protogut animals. The pressure came from a single person. Noah gazed at the protozoa in front of him with his deep, dark eyes. He spoke to Ryotaro without turning his head. "Isn't it 10 minutes?" Hearing this, Ryotaro finally reacted. However, he did not look at Noah immediately. Instead, he subconsciously looked behind him. In the next moment, Ryotaro's pupils shrank. On the ground behind Rentaro, countless blood and minced meat were splattered all over the ground. The heads of the primitive animals almost filled the entire ground as they lost all signs of life. Seeing this, Ryotaro instantly understood. While he was being forced into such a miserable state by a group of primitive animals, Noah had already slaughtered all of them. Understanding this, Ryotaro smiled bitterly. In the beginning, I only spoke for 3 minutes. So. Noah bent down and picked up the automatic pistol that Ryotaro dropped on the ground. His gaze remained fixed in front of him as he spoke in a seemingly casual manner. "Did I underestimate you? Or did I overestimate you?" "It doesn't matter if you underestimate me or overestimate me," Ryotaro said as he looked at Noah's back that was abnormally tall and straight. "All I know is that you're still the same as before. You're as strong as a monster." Hearing this, the corner of Noah's lips curled up. However, his eyes turned cold. The terrifying pressure that permeated the air was instantly ignited. Roar, the fear in the hearts of those primitive animals was ignited at the same time. At the same time, the madness in the hearts of the primitive animals also exploded. As if they had gone mad, the protogut animals once again charged forward, causing the ground to tremble and the ferocious beasts' roars to resound throughout the entire space. In response, Noah looked at the primitive animals that were charging at him in a frenzy and raised the automatic pistol in his hand. "No," Ryotaro quickly said. "It doesn't work on them." "I know," Noah simply replied. "When these monsters woke up and smashed the bi-cage without any fear, I already knew about it." As he said that, Noah did not lower the automatic pistol in his hand. However, in Noah's body, the vast and boundless energy turned into magic power and circulated wildly. Naturally, this magic power had the characteristic of infusing imagination and materializing. The imagination that Noah infused into the magic power was his specialty: crushing. The massive crushing magic power flowed like a torrent under Noah's control and infused into the small automatic pistol. In the next moment, Noah aimed at the primitive animals that were charging at him and pulled the trigger of the automatic pistol in his hand. Bang! 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 The sound of gunshots was accompanied by muzzle flashes. Once again, the refined bullets pierced through the air at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, madly shooting at the primitive animals. Ryotaro, who was activating his artificial eye, saw it clearly. A layer of gorgeous white light shrouded each and every one of the pellet bullets. The refined bullets were unleashed forward and rained down on the primitive animals that were charging at him. Bang! When the first bullet penetrated the forehead of a protozoan, the protozoan was shrouded in a dazzling white light. Then, it was cut into cubes by white lines and turned into chunks of meat under the sound of an explosion. Bang! 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 The bullets fired forward hit the protozoa one after another, shrouding them in a dazzling white light. The protozoa were sliced apart evenly, and following a series of explosions, they turned into chunks of meat that scattered in the surroundings. Under such circumstances, Noah just kept pulling the trigger of the automatic pistol in his hand, shooting the primitive animals one after another and creating a splatter of blood. Regardless of what stage the protozoa was at, under the shooting of Noah's extremely ordinary pellet bullets, it was as if they were buried with bombs. They exploded one after another, dying without a complete corpse. That's... Ryotaro instantly recalled. It was a bullet that could cut the opponent into pieces and then completely explode like a pulverized bullet. Wasn't that the bullet that Noah used to kill Scorpio 3 years ago? Ryotaro was more familiar with this bullet than anyone else. After all, 3 years ago, before Noah left, he gave Ryotaro a magazine full of this bullet as his trump card. Over the past 3 years, Ryotaro had traveled around the world and clashed head-on with all kinds of powerhouses. The reason he could survive unscathed was because of his rapid improvement in strength and also because of the pulverized bullet that Noah gave him. Using it, Ryotaro even killed a Stage V Zodiac and defeated a mechanical soldier that was ranked in the top 10 of the IP ranking. In the end, he finally made it to the top 10 of the IP ranking and successfully transferred a large number of cursed children from all over the world to Fairyland, making an indelible contribution to the development of Fairyland. With that, how could Ryotaro not be familiar with this bullet? But the bullet I loaded in the pistol isn't the pulverized bullet. Moreover, I've used up all of those bullets, so I can't reload it even if I want to. Ryotaro stared ahead. So, Noah still has this kind of bullet in his hand? Unknowingly, the gunshots and explosions stopped. Noah finally lowered the automatic pistol in his hand and stopped firing. However, Ryotaro held his breath. That was because there was no longer any protozoa left in front of Noah, only minced meat and blood on the ground. This guy. Ryotaro sighed from the bottom of his heart. He really is a monster. However, the monster that Rentaro spoke of suddenly narrowed its eyes and turned around. While Rentaro was stunned, the monster grabbed him by the collar. Under the pitch-black monument, the Self-Defense Forces military camp was still eerily silent. However, in the next moment, the silence was completely shattered. Boom! The vast military camp exploded without any warning. The explosion resounded through the sky. Chapter 2149. Under the earth-shattering noise, the entire Self-Defense Force military camp, which occupied a vast area behind the black mountain-like stone tablet, exploded and turned into ruins, completely disappearing in the long river of history. The flames rolled up like raging waves. The impact shook out like a star exploding. Just like that, a shocking explosion occurred in the Self-Defense Forces barracks, causing the entire barracks to be engulfed in flames and slowly burn. Boom boom boom. After the big explosion, continuous small explosions occurred in the military camp one after another. Pa pa pa. The high walls surrounding the entire Self-Defense Forces military camp were blown away, causing rubble and debris to scatter in all directions, stirring up crisp sounds. Billowing black smoke rose from the Self-Defense Forces military camp covered in flames, with the giant black monolith as the background, rising in the direction of the sky, looking extremely ominous. The Self-Defense Forces military camp, which had been located under the number 1 monolith since the establishment of the Tokyo area, finally completely turned into burning ruins today, gradually coming to an end. And there was only one person who witnessed all of this with his own eyes. Not far from the Self-Defense Forces military camp, a young man in a suit looked at the Self-Defense Forces military camp shrouded in flames and gradually coming to an end, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. The young man's appearance gave people a sense of righteousness. In front of him, an identity card was worn. On the identity card, there was a name. Toshiro Cabinets. It was Toshiro Cabinets, a police officer of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, who was once engaged to mugging, and was ordered by the Emperor to help Noah check the Tokyo area surveillance footage. However, this young man, who had been acting like a rising star in the limelight and made people have a good impression of him, at this time, had a look of satisfaction on his face. What master of fairyland? Toshiro Cabinet sneered. In the end, didn't you still die in my hands? As he said this, Toshiro Cabinet's expression became more and more satisfied, as if his thoughts were clear, and he felt extremely refreshed. Under such circumstances, Toshiro Cabinets took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. The phone was immediately picked up. A voice came from Toshiro Cabinet's mobile phone. A closet? It's me, Your Excellency, Toshiro said. The mission has been completed. Noa Doria and Riken Rintaro, the two of them, have both died in the Sea of Fire. Is that so? His Excellency did not show much joy. Instead, he asked cautiously. Are you sure he's dead? According to your plan, Noa Doria and Riken Rintaro should be in the basement of the self-defense forces right now. They should be able to see the protogut animals there, Toshiro said with certainty. And just now, I've already opened all the cages through remote control. After that, I immediately started the countdown for the explosion. The explosion will happen in 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, it's impossible for those two to deal with all the protozoa in the basement and escape from the military camp. I hope so too. His Excellency's tone softened, but his words were still solemn. In order to kill that Noa Doria, I've even put all the protozoa that I've painstakingly cultivated into the plan. If we can kill him, that would be the best. Don't worry, I've been watching from here. Until the explosion, I didn't see Noa Doria come out of the military camp. Toshiro Cabinets looked at the military camp that was engulfed by the Sea of Fire and smiled. Even the entire military camp was engulfed in the explosion. Noa Doria is definitely not dead, Your Excellency. This is the price of going against the Wuxiang Association. His Excellency's voice became extremely cold. The world hegemony will only belong to us, the Wuxiang Association. No one else can take it away from us. You're right, Toshiro Cabinets agreed. Then, Your Excellency, what should I do next? Although Noa Doria is dead, there's still another leader in Fairyland, His Excellency said without any hesitation. Tenzin Mugang, the blade demon left behind by the Tenzin family, is still alive. She was the one who brought Fairyland up. If we want Fairyland to collapse, we'll have to get rid of Tenzin Mugang. Get rid of Tenzin Mugang? Toshiro Cabinet's eyes turned slightly, and the topic of conversation abruptly changed. Your Excellency, in fact, I don't think we need to get rid of Tenzin Mugang. Oh. His Excellency did not expect Toshiro Cabinets to suddenly say that, and asked with interest. Why? Although Tenzin Mugang is the acting president of Fairyland, this matter is not necessarily a bad thing for us, Toshiro Cabinet said with a deeper meaning. She's a woman after all. No matter how capable she is, once she's conquered by a man, not only would she not be an obstacle, but she could also become a help, right? Conquered by a man. His Excellency seemed to understand what Toshiro Cabinets meant. In other words, you want to make a move on Tenzin Mugang? Your humble servant was once betrothed to Tenzin Mugang when we were young, but Tenzin Mugang left the Tenzin family later on, and that was why the betrothal was annulled, Toshiro Cabinet said with great confidence. Since there's this layer of relationship, then I can easily get in touch with this acting president of Fairyland. I'm sure it won't be difficult to take down this blade demon of the Tenzin family. As he said that, Toshiro Cabinets could not help but recall the situation when he met Mugang at the embassy during the international conference. Toshiro Cabinets had long had ideas about Mugang. Toshiro Cabinets was born in a family of police officers, and had a lot to do with the Tenzin family that controlled the entire Tokyo region. That was why the Tenzin family and the Cabinets had a marriage alliance, and had Mugang and Toshiro Cabinets sign a marriage agreement to deepen the relationship between the two families. When he first went to the Tenzin family and saw Mugang, Toshiro Cabinets was already mesmerized by her. Although she was still young at that time, Mugang was indeed the daughter of the Tenzin family that controlled the entire Tokyo region. Although she was still young, her beauty had already been revealed since then. Since then, Toshiro Cabinets had been coveting Mugang. As Mugang grew up, her beauty gradually matured, and her figure became more and more perfect, and his covetousness grew stronger and stronger. To put it bluntly, Mugging was a stunner. Although she did not have the holiness that came from the bones like Sei Tianzi, in terms of beauty, Mugging was definitely not inferior to Sei Tianzi, and in terms of figure, she would definitely crush him. Which man would not be moved by such a woman? Toshiro Cabinets had always coveted Mugging, and it was not without reason. When Mugging became the acting president of Fairyland, and became a behemoth that could obtain world hegemony, Toshiro Cabinets coveted Mugging almost to the point of madness. If I can get this woman, then wouldn't Fairyland become mine? With such a wishful thinking, every time Toshiro Cabinets saw Mugging's mature beauty on TV, the flame in his heart would burn even brighter. Unfortunately, Mugging was already the acting president of the high and mighty Fairyland, and Toshiro Cabinets could not even see her face. Until the appearance of the international conference, Toshiro Cabinets realized that the opportunity had come. Originally, in Toshiro Cabinets' plan, the meeting at the embassy, he could use their childhood relationship to leave an impression in Mugging's heart, and then slowly develop. However, when they met in the embassy's lounge, Mugging did not even look at Toshiro Cabinets, and only cared about tangling with Sima Weiji. That was fine. After that, Mugging actually hugged Noah's arm out of jealousy, and at that time, Toshiro Cabinets' heart was burning with rage, and finally, hostility and malice toward Noah was ignited. At that time, Noah felt a sharp gaze that carried negative emotions, which was the gaze of Toshiro Cupboard. Since then, Toshiro Cabinets had been thinking about killing Noah all the time. When Toshiro Cabinets was given the mission to participate in the plan to kill Noah, Toshiro Cabinets agreed without a second thought. Now that Noah Doria is dead, Fairyland will completely belong to Tenzin Mugging, and as long as I take Tenzin Mugging, then this huge force of Fairyland will no longer be a hindrance to us, but a help to us. Toshiro Cabinets said proudly. Please give Tenzin Mugging to me, sir. As soon as his voice fell. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Chapter 2150. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. When this voice came from behind Toshiro, Toshiro's eyes widened to their maximum. By the time Toshiro snapped out of his daze and turned around, a black shadow had already appeared in front of him. Heavenly Child Battle Technique, Form 1, 8th Level. Ryotaro stared at Toshiro with an expression of unprecedented anger. He took up his stance and clenched his left hand into a fist. Flame Fan. A straight punch was unleashed from Rintaro's hand. Bang! With a muffled thud, Rintaro's fist landed heavily on Toshiro's stomach. His fist even dug deep into Toshiro's flesh. Goo! Toshiro immediately issued a painful muffled cry, his whole body paralyzed, clutching his abdomen, his face twisted. You should be glad that I didn't use prosthetics. Rintaro looked down at Toshiro with cold eyes. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as just a little pain. You. Toshiro clenched his teeth and looked at Ryotaro with eyes full of shock and disbelief. However, Toshiro didn't have much time to be shocked. Beside him, the phone that had fallen to the ground made a sound. What's wrong? What happened? Hearing this voice, Toshiro's expression stiffened. However, this time, before Toshiro could react, a hand reached out and picked up the phone on the ground. Hello, Noah said faintly. How should I address you? All the sounds on the phone disappeared in an instant. After a while, an extremely low and deep voice came out from inside. You're not dead. There are many people who want me dead, but unfortunately, I am still alive and well. Noah's tone did not change in the slightest. He was still as calm as ever. Then, this mysterious person who wishes for my death, I will call you the top cadre of the Wuxiang Association. There shouldn't be a problem, right? So that's how it is. His Excellency sneered. You already knew that the barracks was a trap. Not really, Noah answered honestly. When I saw the meeting between Chiwu Zongshuan and Xiangma Zongxiong on the monitor, I knew that something would happen here. This is true. Is that so? His Excellency's voice became colder and colder. Then, may I ask, how did you see through it? It's very simple. I just think that if Chiwu Zhongshuan, an ambitious guy, really wanted to do something to me in secret, he would definitely not be easily photographed and exposed to the surveillance cameras. Noah shrugged. No matter what, he is a dictator. When he was in the Osaka area, many people wanted to take his life. I also wanted to take his life before. Although I let him go in the end, that guy should be very afraid of me. Under such circumstances, it's normal for Chiwu Zhongshuan not to show any flaws in front of me. As a result, he was easily photographed secretly, and it was even captured by the monitor. What's the point of this? Noah curled his lips and smiled. So, from the beginning, I didn't put any hope on the pictures taken by the surveillance cameras. The reason why I looked at it was just to find some clues. Who would have thought that I would see Chiwu Zhongshuan being photographed directly? In this way, I have to think about it. Think about whether Chiwu Zhongshuan did it on purpose. Soma Zhongshuang was just used by you, right? Noah said calmly. First, he was used to transport the cages containing the primitive animals, then he was used to bait me. When he was no longer useful, he was killed by the leech father and daughter you sent along with the entire self-defense forces. First, it was to silence them, and second, it was to lead me to the basement. Otherwise, you wouldn't have put the key on Soma Zhongshuang. I'm afraid that you know that the primitive animals you cultivated are useless in front of the artificial artifacts of Fairyland, so you simply used them to set up a trap and lead me in? Noah said with a faint smile. Moreover, since Chiwu Zhongshuan is involved, it proves that he is either cooperating with you, or he is also a member of the Wuxiang Association. Considering his ambition and vigilance, he should not cooperate with a mysterious organization that also has the goal of world hegemony. It can only be the latter. As for you, after I confirmed that this is a trap, I roughly know who you are. Noah's tone became cold. After all, there is only one reason why I came out of the holy residence. The atmosphere in the air immediately became oppressive. At this moment, Noah could clearly hear 3 breathing sounds gradually becoming more rapid. One was Ryutaru's breathing. He saw that Ryutaru was clenching his teeth tightly, his expression was extremely ugly, and there was a strong sense of sorrow in his eyes. The other was Toshiro's breathing. When this sanctimonious police officer heard that Noah had long known that the Self-Defense Forces barracks was a trap, his face became extremely pale. The other was from the mobile phone that was pressed against Noah's ear. It was the sound of His Excellency's breathing. Noah did not know what His Excellency's expression was like. However, Noah could roughly imagine what it would be like. The top operatives of a mysterious organization that has the ultimate goal of world hegemony. That police officer on the ground over there seems to have called you His Excellency, right? Noah sighed regretfully. To be able to cultivate a controllable protozoan, and to be able to rope in one of the 4 wise men into your organization, you are indeed quite capable. I guess the most you usually do is to eliminate all the people who oppose you, right? However, this time, you are a little too hasty. Noah laughed at the phone. Even if you want to set me up, you should at least be a little more precise. How can you expose yourself so easily? Or is it to say that this is all you can do? Is this your limit? Noah's smile disappeared as he spoke indifferently. If that is the case, I advise you to obediently continue to lie low. There is no place for you in this world. After saying that, Noah ignored the increasingly rapid breathing sound from the phone and threw out this sentence. Since I have already caught your tail, don't even think about escaping. Be mentally prepared. After leaving this sentence, Noah hung up the phone. When you get back, track the signal just now. Noah tossed the phone to Ryutaru. Although the other party will definitely destroy the phone immediately, this should be able to find out where they are hiding. Maybe we can find something. Ryutaru took the phone and nodded without saying anything. He seemed to be in low spirits. Noah did not say anything to Ryutaru either. He walked up to Takuro, bent down, and looked at the terrified Takuro as his dark eyes slowly narrowed. Then, how should I deal with you? You. What are you trying to do? Takuro said with a frightened face. I'm warning you, I am the police officer of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. I represent the power of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. If you do anything to me, Fairyland and the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department will completely break apart and become the source of conflict between the two countries. Break apart between Fairyland and the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department? Become the source of conflict between the two countries? As if amused, Noah could not help but laugh out loud. I say, Mr. Takuro, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Right now, every country in the world should be eager to establish a good relationship with Fairyland, and the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department is Fairyland's only ally. With such a favorable political position, would Fairyland break apart because of a mere police officer like you? Or do you think? Noah grabbed Toshiro's collar, grabbed his tie, and raised his face to his face as he said sarcastically, or, do you think, would the Son of Heaven go against me because of a piece of trash like you? Takuro's face turned ashen. It was not only because of the despair and fear in his heart, but also because Takuro could not breathe with Noah grabbing his collar like that. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Noah sneered. Didn't you want to build a good relationship with Mugen? I'll let her deal with you then. Takuro's vision turned black and he fainted. Chapter 2151. Tokyo District 1, Saint Residence. Bang! Cupboard Toshiro, who was handcuffed tightly, was escorted into the hall by two guards. With a hard push, he fell to the ground. Cupboard Toshiro immediately cried out in pain. He was furious. Just as he was about to yell at the guards, he raised his head and saw a few familiar faces. His eyes immediately changed. Cupboard guard. The Elysian stood in front of Cupboard Toshiro, staring at him, her red lips slightly opened. You disappoint me. That one sentence made the change in Cupboard Toshiro's eyes even more obvious. His gaze involuntarily turned to another person. Over there, Mugen's face was cold, and even faintly angry. I didn't expect you to be a member of Wuxiang Association. Listening to Mugen's faintly angry voice, the beautiful face that he coveted had an unprecedented indifference. Cupboard Toshiro's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife, causing his face to slightly distort. To be treated with such indifference and anger by the woman he had been delusional about conquering, for Cupboard Toshiro, was something worse than death. Not to mention, before this, Cupboard Toshiro had been planning on how to leave a good impression on Mugen, and even recruit Mugen into his pocket. Therefore, Cupboard Toshiro really had the urge to destroy everything here. However, Cupboard Toshiro did not think that now that she knew the truth, how could Mugen not be hostile to him? It should be noted that ever since Fairyland's existence was exposed a year ago, the Wuxiang Association had been targeting Fairyland all along. As the acting president of Fairyland, Mugen had painstakingly developed Fairyland to its present scale over the past 3 years, only to be targeted by the Wuxiang Association time and time again, resulting in many losses. How could Mugen not be angry at the Wuxiang Association? When she thought of the losses she suffered in the past year because of Wuxiang Association, and even some members who were injured and killed because of it, the anger in Mugen's heart could not be suppressed. Therefore, Mugen took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and spoke very coldly to the Elysian. Lord Elysian, can you please hand Cupboard Toshiro over to Fairyland? Hearing this, the Elysian Emperor hesitated. But before Seiji could make a decision, Toshiro exploded. No! Toshiro hysterically screamed from the cupboard. Absolutely impossible. Hand it over to Fairyland? In other words, Tian Tongmu wanted to personally deal with him? Being punished by the woman he had always coveted. Just the thought of it sent Toshiro into a frenzy. Lord Seiji! Toshiro shouted at Seiji. Please don't be fooled by these people. I was wrongly accused. Wronged? Shingzi looked at Toshiro. You were wrongly accused. That's right. Toshiro shouted. I'm not a member of the Wuxiang Association. Furthermore, he did not know what kind of existence the Wuxiang Association was. I'm just following his lordship's orders to help the people of Fairyland. Who would have thought that these people would not only kill all of the self-defense forces? And you're trying to frame me? Lord Holy Son of Heaven. You mustn't listen to these people. What a joke. Ryotaro laughed in anger. What reason do we have to kill the people of the self-defense forces? What reason do we have to frame you? You must have been coveting the right to rule the Tokyo region for a long time. Fairyland wants the world's hegemony, that's something everyone in the world knows. Toshiro shouted in a threatening manner. That's why you took out the self-defense forces first, and even blew up the self-defense forces barracks. You must have planned to destroy the giant stone monument as well, and let the protozoa bathe the Tokyo region in blood. You. Mugento and Ryotaro both looked furious. You bastard. Hina, Xiaoshi, and Yenju were also angry. Only Seiji looked at Toshiro, who was struggling on the brink of death without any joy or sorrow, and said nothing. Instead, he looked at Noah, who had been silent all this while. Noah pursed his lips and said nothing as well. He just went up and grabbed Toshiro's sleeve amidst Toshiro's screams. Rip! Noah tore Toshiro's sleeve completely, exposing Toshiro's arm to the air. Under such circumstances, everyone at the scene saw it for the first time. There was a tattoo on Toshiro's arm. It was a pentagram tattoo decorated with 3 feathers. So you're a high-ranking member of the Wuxiang Association? Noah threw away the sleeve in his hand and glanced at Toshiro. But you're right. After all, he's a police officer of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. If he really wanted to, he could even mobilize the police force of the entire Tokyo region for the Wuxiang Association's use. It's only natural for him to have this level of rank. A pentagram tattoo decorated with feathers. There was no better evidence than this to prove that Toshiro was a member of the Wuxiang Association. Then, Police Officer Toshiro. Seiji said in a calm tone. What else do you want to say? Toshiro's expression changed abruptly, and finally, his face turned ashen. This was the so-called "the tide has turned." With just one failure, not only did Toshiro's position no longer exist, he didn't even have a chance to turn things around. What would be waiting for Toshiro next? The answer was not hard to guess. This person will be handed over to Fairyland. Noah announced Toshiro's end with a ruthless voice. After all, for Fairyland, this person who belongs to the Wuxiang Association can be considered a bitter enemy. Understood. Seiji nodded. Although the crime of killing the Self-Defense Forces commander and soldiers, and even blowing up the Self-Defense Forces barracks should be judged by the Tokyo region, but in order to obtain more information about the Wuxiang Association, the criminal Toshiro will be handed over to Fairyland. Thank you very much, Lord Seiji. Mugging slightly lowered his head to Seiji, and then immediately looked at Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, contact the association, let the association send a few police officers to escort Toshiro. In order to prevent the Wuxiang Association from rescuing him halfway, let a few of the higher-ranked IP come over. Understood. Xiaoshi took out his phone without any objection. Then, before the people of Fairyland arrive, the criminal Toshiro will be detained by us. Seiji ordered to the guards. Take him away and guard him carefully. Yes. The 2 guards immediately responded, and took Toshiro away. Hee hee. Toshiro suddenly laughed. That laughter made most of the people present feel uncomfortable. Rentaro's brows were tightly knitted, as he stared at Toshiro. What are you laughing at? Nothing, I just admit defeat. Toshiro seemed to have recovered his normal state of mind, as if he had completely given up everything, shrugged, and showed a wicked smile. But, don't think that it's over just because you caught me. We, the Wuxiang Association, are destined to conquer the world belongs to us, no one can take it away. Toshiro's fanatical speech made everyone present feel a chill down their spine. Only Noah raised his eyes and looked at Toshiro. Unfortunately, no matter who the world belongs to in the end, it's over for you. Noah slightly raised the corner of his mouth. That can only prove that the world's favor is definitely not you, stupid guy. Toshiro's mouth suddenly twitched, and looked at Noah with eyes that seemed to spit fire, extremely furious. Obviously, Noah poked at Toshiro's biggest sore spot. But, no matter how angry Toshiro was, as Noah said, it's over for him. The two guards held Toshiro, regardless of his resistance, and took him away. Mugging and Xiaoshi followed, probably planning to temporarily verbally interrogate Toshiro, and obtain information about the Wuxiang Association from him. Looking at Mugen's gradually fading back, Rentaro came to Noah's side and whispered. That matter, don't tell Miss Mugging for now. Hearing this, Noah was silent for a while, and said so. She will know sooner or later. Then delay it for as long as possible. Rentaro's tone was extremely heavy. If Miss Mugging knows the truth of this matter, she will be very sad. I understand. Noah sighed helplessly. I will find an opportunity to let Mugging prepare herself mentally. Ryutaru smiled and nodded. Chapter 2152. In the dimly lit war room, a black-robed His Excellency sat in front of a monitor, quietly watching the surveillance footage. On the surveillance footage, Cupboard Toshiro was escorted out of the celestial abode by two guards, followed by Mugging and Xiaoshi. Through the monitor, His Excellency watched Cupboard Toshiro struggle as he was violently escorted into a prison van by the guards, driven out of the celestial abode. Even Mugging and Xiaoshi got into a limousine and followed closely behind, his fingers constantly tapping on the table. Behind His Excellency, Li Qingyin and bodyguard Zhuo were also watching this scene, but one of them had an indescribable glint in his eyes under the mask, while the other had an ugly expression, and neither of them spoke. Leech Binet Jr., who was hiding in the corner, shrunk his body timidly. Because, around His Excellency, Li Qingyin, and bodyguard Zhuo, the space seemed to be suppressed by an invisible gravity, and a sense of oppression pervaded the air. Clearly, although the three of them did not speak, their emotions had not calmed down all this time. His Excellency watched Cupboard Toshiro being escorted away in silence. Bodyguard Zhuo wanted to explode, but he knew how dangerous His Excellency's emotions were, so he could only obediently shut his mouth to prevent himself from being implicated. In the end, it was Li Qingyin who broke the silence. If we can't even kill that man this time, it seems that we won't be able to succeed in the future. Li Qingyin laughed softly. How about it? Give up. Give up. Bodyguard Zhuo's eyes twitched, and he wanted to shout, "Are you kidding me?" but he was interrupted by His Excellency. Giving up is absolutely impossible. His Excellency stopped tapping his fingers on the table, and although his voice was a little hoarse, he still said without hesitation. Fairyland is the biggest obstacle to our domination of the world. If we don't overcome it, we will never be able to obtain the world. Giving up on attacking that man is the same as giving up on the world. But, even if we don't give up, what else can we do? Li Qingyin spread his hands. Our operation has failed, and even our identities have been exposed. He has already guessed who you are, and even our base can't hide from him. The only choice left is to run away, right? As he spoke, Li Qingyin surveyed his surroundings. The surroundings were so dark that not a single ray of light could be seen. The only source of light was the holographic monitors. The entire war room was in the shape of a fan. In the direction of the entrance was an automatic door made of bulletproof glass. This is the control room that manages the power of the entire Tokyo area, as well as the monitoring system of the entire Tokyo area. Today, Noah and Rentaro came here under the instructions of the Emperor, and with the help of Toshiro of the cabinet, they saw the surveillance video of the meeting between Chiwu Zhongshuan and Soma Zhongxiong. Who would have thought that the hiding place of Sir Li Qingyin and bodyguard Zhuo Ren was also this place? However, this wasn't anything strange. In the Tokyo area, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. If you want to find a place to hide, you have to go to the periphery or enter the sewers. Otherwise, you will definitely be exposed. However, Your Excellency and your group did not go there. Instead, they openly stayed in the control room that managed all the surveillance images. The most dangerous place was the safest place. With Toshiro of the cabinet as a spy, it was normal for him to provide this place for Your Excellency and your group to use. After all, Your Excellency and your group would be able to see Noah and his group's every move at any time. Now that Toshiro of the cabinet has been exposed and arrested, that man will definitely suspect this place, right? Li Ching-yin said nonchalantly. What can we do if we continue to stay here? In other words, you don't plan to do anything? Your Excellency turned his head and looked at Li Ching-yin. His voice was somewhat sinister. Are you going to betray the Wuxiang Association? Betray? Li Ching-yin laughed, a laugh that made people tremble. I am not a member of the Wuxiang Association. The reason why I helped you was because of Professor Grunewald, and also because I thought that this would cause chaos in Fairyland and cause all the countries in the world to be involved in the disputes of Fairyland. If I think that you don't have the ability to start a war, then I will just leave. What's wrong with that? Hearing this, Zhuo Meng cursed in his heart, you're a madman. Yes. Li Ching-yin was not a member of the Wuxiang Association. All of Li Ching-yin's actions were to start a war, to destroy the world, to let his ability as a mechanical soldier have a place to use, to prove the meaning of his existence. Li Ching-yin had said before that killing was the meaning of his creation as a mechanical soldier. Therefore, this person whose heart was already broken, in order to prove the meaning of his existence, would not hesitate to start a war and destroy the world. Living in blood and tears. This was Li Ching-yin's pursuit, and also Li Ching-yin's desire. Apart from this, Li Ching-yin did not care about anything else. Therefore, although bodyguard Zhuo Ren was also a mechanical soldier, he was afraid of Li Ching-yin. Not only because he was not as strong as Li Ching-yin, but also because of Li Ching-yin's crazy idea, which made bodyguard Zhuo Ren feel fear from the bottom of his heart. However, Li Ching-yin's idea, which helped Your Excellency in the past, now threatens Your Excellency. Thus, Your Excellency looked at Li Ching-yin and said, do you think that I will agree to you leaving halfway like this? So. Li Ching-yin pressed on his hat and laughed in a low voice. Does Your Excellency want to use the rules of the Wuxiang Association to teach me the fate of useless people? The atmosphere in the air suddenly became extremely dangerous. Sensing this atmosphere, Binet the leech was no longer timid. His eyes turned scarlet, and he put his hand on the odachi. Bodyguard Zhuo Ren was about to break out in cold sweat. Heavens! What is Your Excellency thinking? Isn't it very dangerous to start a conflict with Li Ching-yin at this time? It has to be known that although Your Excellency is a top member of the Wuxiang Association, you're just an ambitious person without any strength. Once Li Ching-yin is truly angered and attacks Your Excellency without the slightest scruple, who will deal with him? Himself? He will definitely be killed. Thinking of this, bodyguard Zhuo Ren's face became ashen. Even if his facial muscles were made of super alloy, one could still faintly see the green color. Just as bodyguard Zhuo Ren was secretly breaking out in cold sweat, a phone rang. Your Excellency immediately withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to Li Ching-yin. He took out his phone and picked it up. As soon as the phone was picked up, a powerful and heavy voice came from the other side. Did the plan fail? You already know. Your Excellency was silent for a while, then spoke indifferently. The plan has indeed failed. Noah Dole is still alive. I am thinking about what to do next. Damn it. The voice on the other side became annoyed. Even this can't kill that man. The protector of monsters is indeed a monster. Do you have any ideas? Your Excellency directly asked. Is there a way to kill Noah Dole? If there was, I wouldn't have cooperated with you and invited a mere commander of the Tokyo Self-Defense Forces and put on a show like this. The voice on the other side changed from annoyance to anger. You already let me participate in the plan, but it still failed. How are you going to compensate me? Enough with the nonsense. Getting rid of Noah Dole is something we must do, His Excellency said in a displeased tone. I don't believe that you're willing to let that kid live forever. Then what do you think our next step should be? The voice on the other side began to calm down. The attack this time failed. With that man's ability, he must have gotten a lot of information. If we don't make a decision now, we will definitely be killed by that man in the end. I know. Your Excellency sighed. Then, do you have any good ideas? As soon as he finished speaking, the other side remained silent. Your Excellency sensed that something was wrong. What's wrong with you? Hearing this, the other side of the phone still did not make any sound. Gradually, Your Excellency had a bad feeling in his heart. In the next second, the powerful and heavy voice on the other side of the phone trembled slightly. Noah Dole, what? Your Excellency was stunned. However, the next sentence caused His Excellency's mind to fall into a complete daze. He is with me. Chapter 2153. On the top floor of an international hotel in Tokyo. In an extremely luxurious suite, Chiwu Zhongshuan was sitting on the sofa, with red wine and wine glasses on the glass table in front of him. The scarlet liquid shone in the wine bottle and glass. When the light shone on Chiwu Zhongshuan's face, it illuminated his majestic face. However, at this moment, his face seemed to have lost all color and became extremely pale. Upon closer inspection, Chiwu Zhongshuan was holding a phone in his hand and talking to someone. Sitting opposite Chiwu Zhongshuan was a man who picked up a bottle of red wine and a new glass from under the table beside him. He poured the scarlet liquid into the glass and drank leisurely while speaking to Chiwu Zhongshuan casually. Don't mind me. You can do your own thing. After saying those words, Noah began to drink his wine. He appeared to be very carefree and relaxed. However, Chiwu Zhongshuan's heart was trembling violently. He could not help but tremble. This was because Chiwu Zhongshuan didn't even know how Noah had appeared, when he had appeared, or when he had sat across from him. Chiwu Zhongshuan was only on the phone, and when he noticed, Noah had appeared there without anyone noticing and was drinking leisurely. How could Chiwu Zhongshuan not be shocked by such a phenomenon? On the other side of the phone, Chiwu Zhongshuan seemed to have understood what was going on and did not speak again. Under such circumstances, the entire luxurious suite was extremely quiet. No. It could only be described as dead silence. Just like Chiwu Zhongshuan's heart, the surroundings were completely cold. This kind of coldness made Chiwu Zhongshuan feel as if he had returned to 3 years ago when he was chased by Noah. In the end, under the threat of Noah, he had no choice but to obey, which drove Chiwu Zhongshuan crazy. However, Noah did not seem to feel any of this. He continued to pour wine and drink like a guest who had already arrived, quietly savoring the taste of the wine and the surrounding peace. Little did he know that this attitude was the reason why Chiwu Zhongshuan's heart felt colder and colder. No one knew how long this deathly silence lasted. At a certain moment, Noah finally spoke. What? Are you not going to continue the call? Noah looked at Chiwu Zhongshuan, swirling the red wine in his hand with a smile on his face. Then, do you want to talk to me? At that moment, Chiwu Zhongshuan really wanted to say no. However, Chiwu Zhongshuan also knew that he had no other choice. Thus, Chiwu Zhongshuan silently hung up the phone. In the control room, His Excellency put away his phone and remained silent. Li Qingyin and Bao Wei Zhuoren didn't say anything either, but their hearts were filled with a cold feeling. Binay Leach Jr. looked at this scene in confusion. He didn't seem to understand the current situation. Not long after, His Excellency spoke in a hoarse voice. Let's leave this place immediately. Hearing His Excellency's words, Li Qingyin didn't say anything, but Zhuoren asked subconsciously. Where are we going? To the outer area, His Excellency said without hesitation. This place is completely unsafe. Then, what about President Chiwu? Bao Wei Zhuoren asked with a trembling voice. What about President Chiwu? Chiwu? His Excellency didn't know if it was because he was sad or because he had given up on himself. He's finished. I'm finished. In the luxurious suite of the hotel, Chiwu Zhongshuan stared at Noah and spoke in a deep voice. You're here to kill me, right? Hearing this, Noah didn't admit or deny it. He just continued to drink red wine and remain silent. This made Chiwu Zhongshuan feel more and more pressure in his heart. Even his back was dripping with cold sweat. At this moment, Chiwu Zhongshuan suddenly understood how the death row prisoners felt. This was because the feeling he had now was exactly the same as that of a criminal on death row who was about to be executed. The feeling of waiting for death was really crazy. In contrast, the desire to live would also increase like never before. Before this desire to live, Chiwu Zhongshuan had wanted to escape countless times, but he forcibly suppressed it. This was because Chiwu Zhongshuan knew that he couldn't escape. 3 years ago, Noah gave Chiwu Zhongshuan an hour to escape and then chase after him. In the end, Chiwu Zhongshuan still couldn't escape from Noah. Thinking back to the horror at that time, Chiwu Zhongshuan really couldn't think of any way to escape under such circumstances. However, Chiwu Zhongshuan definitely didn't want to die. He still had his own ambitions to fulfill. Speak, Chiwu Zhongshuan said self-deprecatingly. This time, what will make you let me go? This sentence made Noah stop pouring wine and look at Chiwu Zhongshuan. Wuxiang Association, Noah said faintly as Chiwu Zhongshuan's pupils shrank. I want all the information about this organization. Chiwu Zhongshuan's heart trembled again. Don't tell me that you don't know. Noah looked at Chiwu Zhongshuan with a faint smile. The ruler of the Osaka region, a standard dictator, an ambitious schemer with the ultimate goal of world hegemony. If you say that you are not one of the top operatives of the Wuxiang Association, do you think that I will believe you? After that, Noah suddenly pointed at Chiwu Zhongshuan's sleeve. Bang! Chiwu Zhongshuan's sleeve suddenly exploded without any reason, turning into pieces of cloth scattered around. Just like Toshiro, Chiwu Zhongshuan's arm was directly exposed to the air. On that arm, there was a pentagram tattoo decorated with 5 feathers. You! Chiwu Zhongshuan couldn't help but stand up and tightly cover his tattoo. He looked at Noah with horror in his eyes. Obviously, Chiwu Zhongshuan was frightened by Noah's means. Undoubtedly, he didn't even touch it. How did this person blow up his sleeve? Could it be that this person was really a monster? Thinking of this, Chiwu Zhongshuan's heart was filled with fear. Of course, Chiwu Zhongshuan couldn't guess Noah's means no matter what. After all, Chiwu Zhongshuan was just an ordinary person who couldn't sense magic power at all. Noah just sent a trace of magic power to Chiwu Zhongshuan's sleeve and crushed it. In the eyes of ordinary people, this means was naturally called a superpower. Therefore, Noah just let the expression on his face become more and more thought-provoking. Although I can't explain it to you clearly, if I point like this, your sleeve will be blown up by me. Noah narrowed his eyes and slowly raised his finger. Tell me, if I point this finger at your head, what will happen? Chiwu Zhongshuan's breathing suddenly became rapid. The shadow of death, which was invisible to the naked eye, seemed to be looming over Chiwu Zhongshuan as it swallowed him up bit by bit. Bastard! Chiwu Zhongshuan finally broke down. Under the fear in his heart, Chiwu Zhongshuan suddenly pulled out the pistol in his arms, pointed at Noah, and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. Clear gunshots burst out from the muzzle, and bullets shot in the direction of Noah like raindrops. However, when the bullets were less than 5 centimeters away from Noah's body, they disintegrated as though they were made of clay. White lights flashed one after another as they shattered one after another, turning into countless tiny cubes that could not be distinguished by the naked eye before they scattered like dust. Chiwu Zhongshuan, whose eyesight couldn't keep up with the speed of the bullets, couldn't see anything at all. He just crazily pulled the trigger and shot, shattering the bullets one after another. Kacha kacha. Not long after, such a sound came from the gun in Chiwu Zhongshuan's hand. All the bullets had been used up. As for Noah, he was completely unharmed. Smoke rose from the muzzle of Chiwu Zhongshuan's pistol. Chiwu Zhongshuan's expression was sluggish. Looking at Noah, who was sitting there unharmed and looking at him with a playful expression, Chiwu Zhongshuan seemed to have lost all his strength. The gun in his hand slipped down and fell heavily to the ground. Noah slowly stood up. Without even looking at Qiwu Zhongshuan, he directly flew out of the window. Qiwu Zhongshuan was left standing there with his eyes wide open. The light spear on Qiwu Zhongshuan's chest gradually disappeared. Fresh blood flowed out from the hideous bloody hole. Chapter 2154. Back in the holy house, Noah was immediately called by Rentaro. You didn't find them? In the hallway of the holy house, Noah heard Rentaro's report and couldn't help but curl his lips. It seems that they ran away when they saw the situation wasn't good. They probably escaped to the periphery. When Toshiro was escorted to the police station, Noah directly flew to the International Hotel to find Qiwu Zhongshuan. Before leaving, Noah asked Rentaro to track the call between His Excellency and Toshiro from the Self-Defense Forces barracks, and finally tracked them to the Central Control and Development Agency. After that, Rentaro and Yen Zhu headed there without stopping to rest. However, when Rentaro and Yen Zhu arrived, the Central Control and Development Agency's control room was already empty. What should we do now? Rentaro said with some annoyance. If the Wuxiang Association's people escaped to the periphery, then it will be difficult. The outer perimeter was just a wasteland. It was messy and there were no surveillance cameras installed. If they wanted to find a few people, although it was not like looking for a needle in a haystack, they had to be prepared to turn the entire outer perimeter upside down. It will be difficult to find them. Noah shook his head. If the Holy Son of Heaven can send enough people, then it's one thing, but the problem is that the Tokyo area is a mess. The commander of the Self-Defense Forces, Soma Munio, was killed, and the Self-Defense Forces headquarters was also bombed, and none of the Self-Defense Forces soldiers survived. The police inspector of the Metropolitan Police Department is a spy, and belongs to the mysterious organization called the Five Xiang Association. This has caused a huge uproar in the entire police community, and it is very noisy. In other words, the Tokyo area's government forces, the self-defense forces, and the Metropolitan Police Department were all in chaos, and they couldn't do anything else for a while. Now, the Holy Son of Heaven has begun to order my weaver to lead the Sima family's officials to thoroughly investigate the Toshiro family, and to stabilize the order of the self-defense forces to prevent panic. With this investigation, they really found a clue. Not knowing if it was because of Noah, the Holy Son of Heaven ordered my weaver to thoroughly investigate the Toshiro family, and first to check whether the Toshiro family had the tattoo of Wuxiang Association. As a result, Toshiro's father was dragged out. Toshiro's father is the current chief police officer of the Metropolitan Police Department, which is equivalent to Soma Munio's position in the self-defense forces. He is the chief police officer who leads the entire Metropolitan Police Department. Such a top figure in the police world was actually a member of a terrorist organization, which had long since caused the entire police world to be in chaos. Because of this, Wei Ji even led the Sima family's high-ranking officials to thoroughly investigate everyone in the police force. In addition, the self-defense forces lost their commander and the power of an entire military camp. Today, the government forces in the Tokyo area can be said to be completely paralyzed. Now, if someone were to call the police, perhaps no one would even answer. Now, if someone were to attack the Tokyo area, perhaps even the guards would not be able to react in time. One could only imagine how chaotic the situation was between the Metropolitan Police Department and the self-defense forces. However, that was to be expected. Just like if Noah and Mugging were to fall, the entire fairyland would fall into chaos, giving the Wuxiang Association an opportunity to take advantage of. That's why the Wuxiang Association desperately wanted to get rid of Noah and Mugging. Toshiro's father and Soma Munio, one was the commander of the Metropolitan Police Department, the other was the commander of the self-defense forces, but one betrayed and one died. How could the Metropolitan Police Department and the self-defense forces not fall into chaos? Not to mention, now that the father and son of the Cupboard family had joined the Wuxiang Association, who knew how many people in the Metropolitan Police Department were spies that they had planted in the Wuxiang Association. The self-defense forces headquarters had been completely blown up, with heavy casualties. If this wasn't chaos, then when would it be? Will the Tokyo area be completely destroyed? Therefore, the Holy Son of Heaven and Wei Ji were already very busy. Before the Metropolitan Police Department and the self-defense forces stabilized, the Tokyo area's government forces would be paralyzed. Fortunately, there won't be any country that wants to attack here, or else the Tokyo area would definitely be finished. Rentaro's tone was a little complicated. I didn't think that the Tokyo area would be so messed up by the Wuxiang Association. If Fairyland didn't appear, perhaps, this mysterious organization could really get the world's hegemony. So, I can't even see the world anymore. Perhaps this is the reason why I came here. Noah smiled faintly, with a voice that only he could hear. He slightly murmured. It seems that before leaving this world, my mission, other than completely developing Fairyland into the cursed child's ideal home, is to uproot the Wuxiang Association. Compared to other worlds, in this world, Noah's concerns were undoubtedly more comparable to the world of Fairy's Tale. If the Wuxiang Association was left alone, who knows how many people in Fairyland would be hurt because of them. This was the last world that Noah could stay in before the final battle. In order to not leave any regrets, Noah would definitely not let the Wuxiang Association go unpunished. Therefore, after confirming that Chiwu Zhongshuan was a top operative of the Wuxiang Association, Noah directly killed him. In any case, Noah had wanted to kill this dictator for a long time, otherwise, he really didn't know if he would secretly do something to Fairyland for his own ambitions. As for Sir, this person was probably also a top operative of the Wuxiang Association. Moreover, his ambitions were not small, and his identity was somewhat special. However, as long as he wanted to harm Fairyland, then Noah would definitely not show mercy. He believed that Mugino and Rentaro must have thought so too. Thinking of this, Noah made a prompt decision. Rentaro. Noah suddenly spoke. Tell Mugino, it's time for the guild to move. Move? Rentaro was surprised. You want to transfer people from the guild to the Tokyo area? That's right. Noah nodded. Since the Tokyo area's government forces are paralyzed, and now they can't even take care of themselves, and have no way to deal with the Wuxiang Association, then let us do it ourselves. But, is this appropriate? Rentaro was a little moved, but also a little hesitant. This is the Tokyo area after all. If we send a large number of people to intervene, it will cause a lot of problems, right? Just like when a country sends its army to another country, the other country will definitely think that the other party intends to attack them, and will not allow it. Even if the Holy Son of Heaven approves, the officials and ordinary people will wantonly oppose, and eventually lead to disputes. In this regard, Noah naturally understood. But, before our guild is an independent country, we first face the world's civil society. Noah smiled slightly. Now that the entire Tokyo area's government forces are paralyzed, the defense of the Tokyo area is almost zero. In order to prevent the Tokyo area from being attacked, the Holy Son of Heaven issued a commission to Fairyland, and let Fairyland temporarily take care of the Tokyo area, so it's justified, right? Will it work? Rentaro was even more moved and hesitant. There should still be some people with groundless fears who will think that allowing the people of Fairyland to act as they please in the Tokyo area may threaten the Tokyo area, right? As long as there's a reason, it's fine. Noah directly asserted. What does it have to do with me what those people with groundless fears think? With that, Noah walked away without looking back, leaving Rentaro stunned. However, right after that, Ryutaru smiled. As expected of the president of Fairyland, he reminds me of the cursed child shelter who stood firm and protected his own people even in the face of the condemnation of the entire Tokyo area, and finally saved the Tokyo area. With that, Rentaro took out his phone and dialed Mugen's number. Tokyo area, police headquarters. In an interrogation room, Mugen hung up her cell phone, and a beautiful smile appeared on her delicate doll-like face, which made Toshiro in the cupboard opposite her dazed. But in the next second, Mugen's words made Toshiro's eyes widen. Xia sure, contact the guild. For the first time, Mugen acted like a leader, and ordered Xia sure beside her. 10 pairs of S-grade police officers. 30 pairs of A-grade police officers. 50 pairs of B-grade police officers. 100 pairs of C-grade police officers. 300 pairs of D-grade police officers. 500 pairs of E-grade police officers. A total of 990 pairs of police officers, and all of them must arrive in the Tokyo area by this time tomorrow. Mugen glanced at the wide-eyed Toshiro and said, "This is the president's order." Toshiro's heart really started to tremble. The world was changing. Chapter 2155. The sky gradually darkened. Fairyland was brightly lit. Every skyscraper had its lights turned on, illuminating every corner of the city. Cars came and went. Pedestrians came and went. Even at night, the prosperity of the entire fairyland could still be glimpsed from the phenomenon brimming with life, preventing even the chilly night winds from blowing away the warmth of the city. Here, the most common people were children. Moreover, they were children of all ages. Some of these children were laughing like normal people, while some could not control the ability in their body, causing their pupils to show a scarlet color, but they were still laughing. It was believed that such a scene could only be seen in this incredible fairyland. And in this inconceivable fairyland, the most common saying was that, "When my ability is fully awakened, I'll join the fairy tale guild and become a starter." Almost all the children who could speak had said this before. This was because, to these children, a guild named Fairy Tale was no different from a holy land. Every child hoped that they could join the Fairy Tale Guild. Every child hoped that they could become a starter. As time passed, joining the Fairy Tale Guild became the dream of all the cursed children. Therefore, every child in Fairyland would look in one direction almost every day when they were free, with longing and yearning in their eyes. In that direction, there was the tallest skyscraper in the world. The Fairy Tale Guild was based in that skyscraper. Of course, these children did not know. At this moment, the interior of the skyscraper had long been in chaos. The skyscrapers belonging to Fairy Tale were generally open during the day, and the night was their rest time. Of course, at this time, in the Fairy Tale headquarters building, the bustling scene during the day had subsided. However, around the skyscraper in the center of Fairyland, pairs of police officers rushed over and gathered in the first-floor office hall of Fairy Tale. Not long after, the spacious office hall was filled with people, appearing especially lively and noisy. What the hell is going on? I don't know, but it must be something big. I was just about to shower and sleep when the guild called and told me to gather here. I almost forgot to put on my pants. I received the call too. Me too. Seems like everyone. In the office hall, many of the facilitators were discussing. And while the facilitators were discussing, so were the starters. There was an emergency gathering like this last time, right? But there were no facilitators that time, only us starters. Then the guild issued that thing, what's it called again? Artificial Divine Artifact. Yes, Artificial Divine Artifact. And only the starters of the S-Class and A-Class police teams have it, right? Then, they went to wipe out the protozoa. Could it be this time as well? It would be great if that were the case. I heard that the artifact was developed by the president to increase our strength. Really? It can increase in ability. And it was developed by the guild leader. What should we do? I want it so much. That's right. The starters were all in an uproar, causing the whole place to become noisy and lively. Until a certain moment, in the office hall, the sound of the broadcast began to sound. "Everyone, please be quiet." Hearing this voice, all the police officers shut their mouths, causing the extremely lively hall a second ago to suddenly become silent. After 3 years of development, the police officers belonging to the Fairy Tale Guild were similar to the Magic Guide Guild. Not only were the management methods very similar, but even the way they acted was also very similar. Usually, they had a high degree of freedom, but when there was an emergency, their cohesion was stronger than anyone else's. This was a guild. Just like the community in the box court, under the same flag, they were a group, all of them were classmates and family. Under such circumstances, the broadcast began again. According to the advisor of the guild leader of Longevity Summer, we are now transmitting the order to gather 10 pairs of S-Class police officers. 30 pairs of A-class police officers. 50 pairs of B-class police officers. 100 pairs of C-class police officers. 300 pairs of D-class police officers. 500 pairs of E-class police officers. A total of 990 pairs of police officers immediately head to the Tokyo area. The content from the broadcast surprised all the police officers present. What's going on? Why are so many police officers suddenly gathered? And they're heading to the Tokyo area? Could it be that something happened in the Tokyo area? The pairs of police officers all began to talk about it. In the past, the guild had issued many summons, but never on such a large scale. Moreover, the level of the police officers gathered was shocking. Level S was the top 300 IP rankings. Level A was the top 1000 IP rankings. Level B was the top 3000 IP rankings. Level C was the top 5000 IP rankings. Level D was the top 10,000 IP rankings. Level E was the top 10,000 IP rankings. In other words, this time, there were 40 police officers in the top 1000 IP rankings. Among them, there were even 10 teams of S-class police officers in the top 300 IP rankings. This level of strength was enough to attack a small country. While the group of police officers were talking about it, the broadcast sounded again. Based on the judgment of the higher-ups of the situation, the police forces sent this time must be partners with the top IP rankings under the circumstances of the number and level of police officers sent. Therefore, within the number of teams sent, the members with the top IP rankings of the same level will carry out this mission. 10 pairs of S-class police officers will be occupied by the top 10 pairs of S-class police officers in the guild. 30 pairs of A-class police officers will be occupied by the top 30 pairs of A-class police officers in the guild. And so on, the police officers with the top IP rankings of each level, and within the number of teams mentioned, will participate in this mission and head to the Tokyo area. Execution time is immediate. After the broadcast ends, all police teams who received the notice should rush to the airport and be picked up by the guild's special plane. With that said, the voice in the broadcast began to show emotion for the first time. The above orders are personally issued by President Noah. All members must not delay. I repeat, hearing the last sentence of the broadcast, the police officers who were in a heated discussion all stopped talking and opened their eyes wide. What did they just say? What did the broadcast say just now? President Noah personally issued the order. All the police officers looked at each other. Then, all kinds of emotions appeared in the eyes of the promoters and initiators. President. The president personally issued the order. In other words, we can finally see the president. That's great. At this moment, almost all the police officers cheered. Although there were all kinds of emotions in everyone's heart, there was definitely one that was missing. Joy. Because to fairy tale, Noah was simply a legend. This sentence was not an exaggeration at all. Powerful. Mysterious. This was the image of Noah in the hearts of everyone in fairy tale. I've long heard that the president came back not long ago and even showed his skills at the international conference, making the representatives of those countries feel dejected. Now, the president has personally issued the order to gather in the Tokyo area. Coupled with the scale of this order, there must be a big operation. Is it to annihilate a country? Is it to annihilate a second Mozambique? Or is it to show who the boss is? The guild members were somewhat excited and the corners of their mouths twitched. Then, at a certain moment, they reached a consensus. Let's go. Let's go. Head to the Tokyo area. The people who received the notice all began to rush to the airport aggressively. Chapter 2156. Tokyo Area, Hotel. In a room that was not too luxurious, Noah had just finished washing up and putting on his clothes. After playing around with Aster, Athena, Orpheus, and Lilith for a while, he received a call. When he picked up the call, Mugen's voice came from the other side. President, everyone is here. It's time for you to make an appearance, right? Oh. Noah raised his eyebrows. Everyone is here already. Noah gave the order last night. Right now, the sun had just risen, and all the people who had been gathered had already arrived. There are a total of 100 military helicopters for direct transport. How long do you think it will take? Mugging said. So, hurry up and come. Got it. Noah smiled. I'll be right there. The police were divided into two groups, the promoter and the initiator. If there were 990 pairs of police officers, then there would be close to 2,000 people. At this moment, 2,000 police officers were neatly lined up in a vast square, looking forward. There was a high platform in front of them. On the platform, Mugging and Rintaro were standing. Even Hina, Xiashi, and Yen Zhu were there. Mugging was the acting president of Fairy Tail. Rintaro was the leader of Fairy Tail's tour group. In other words, both of them were high-ranking members of Fairy Tail, and both of them had rendered meritorious service. As for Tina, Xiashi, and Yen Zhu, their positions in Fairy Tail weren't low either. Hina was the initiator of Fairy Tail's president, and she was also the strongest person in the IP ranking. Xiashi was the initiator of Fairy Tail's acting president, and he was also the president's consultant. Yen Zhu was the initiator of Fairy Tail's tour group leader, and her IP ranking was also in the top 10. Of course, everyone was qualified to be on the platform. However, in the middle of Mugen's group, the seat was empty. There was only one flag fluttering in the wind. On the flag, there was the guild emblem, Fairy Tail. Everyone silently gazed at the flag that represented their guilds. Although the expressions on their faces were different, a solemn atmosphere pervaded the air. No one said a word. No one left the formation. The members of the guild, who had originally enjoyed a high degree of freedom, were now like the most orderly army, quietly lining up. Even the younger initiators weren't fooling around. Instead, their youthful faces were filled with seriousness. In a building next to the square, Elysium and Wei Ji were both here. Elysium looked through the window at the neatly lined-up police officers. Elysium with admiration and admiration. Is this the police of Fairy Tail? The reason why Xing Tianzi said this was not because this was the first time he had seen Fairy Tail. In the past, Elysium had seen a lot of Fairy Tail's police officers. However, seeing Fairy Tail's police officers in this way gave Elysium a different feeling. What were police officers? In the eyes of many people, they were just a group of criminals who could carry weapons with them. Even in a police company, police officers were only employed as employees, not as lackeys of the company. Therefore, most of the police officers did what they wanted and were extremely unscrupulous. At least, it was like this in the past. Compared to those police companies, the police officers belonging to Fairy Tail's guild also had a lot of freedom. However, the quality of the police officers that joined Fairy Tail was higher than the police and soldiers. They were so orderly that it was as if one order could make everyone risk their lives for him. Elysium could not help but sigh. Of course, what made Elysium sigh was the quality of the police officers. A lot of them are famous people. Elysium murmured. Is this the power of a force that can seize the world's hegemony? It's just a part of it. Looking at the pairs of police officers in the square below, Wei Ji unfolded the iron fan in her hand and covered the lower half of her face so that no one could see her expression. According to the Sima family's statistics of Fairyland's police force, the large force below probably doesn't even account for half of Fairy Tail's power, right? Hearing that, Elysium could not help but recall the initiator team that Noah deployed during Fairyland's annihilation operation at the last international conference. That team was able to easily conquer one of the 3 demon realms, which was known as one of the 3 demon realms. It was called an operation that saved the world. At that time, more than half of the initiators belonging to Fairy Tail's top 1,000 were mobilized. And now, among the police officers lined up below, there were only 10 pairs of S-class police officers ranked in the top 300, and only 30 A-class police officers ranked in the top 1,000. Compared to the 600 initiators who were ranked in the top 1,000 at that time, the quality was undoubtedly not that great. Probably considering that Fairyland also needs someone to defend it, that's why they only deployed this level of force. Wei Ji glanced at Mu Gung, who was standing on the platform, her tone more or less displeased. Undoubtedly, he's a pauper. I really don't know why he would be so considerate. Obviously, Wei Weaver had guessed that the quality and quantity were sent by Mu Gung after careful consideration. From now on, the cursed children will all be sent to Fairyland. In other words, the initiators will become a force unique to Fairyland, and all police officers will naturally be monopolized by Fairyland. Wei Ji said with a half-smile. So, this might be the last time we see so many police officers gathered in the Tokyo area. Lord Elysium, you must remember this scene well, okay? Elysium nodded, and his gaze turned to look at the platform. To be more precise, he was looking at the position of the fairy tale flag. Looking at the flag fluttering in the wind, Elysium could not help but smile. As expected of the guild that man single-handedly founded, just as Elysium's voice trailed off, the atmosphere in the privet square suddenly changed. Whoosh! Amidst the clear sound of something breaking through the air, a stream of light suddenly burst from the other side of the sky, like a flash of light, piercing through the sky and landing directly in the direction of the privet square. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, the flash of light from the sky was like a bolt of lightning, landing in front of the flag on the platform, setting off waves of air that spread in all directions. Everyone was shocked, and quickly raised their hands to block in front of them. On the platform, Mu Gung, Rentaro, Hina, Yen Zhu, and Xia Shi were also shocked, and raised their hands to block in front of them, resisting the expanding air wave. Whoosh! The whistling wind blew past the high platform, the square, and the surrounding buildings. Elysian Sun and Unweaver were both surprised to see this. After an unknown amount of time, the whistling wind finally stopped. Only then did everyone present raise their heads and look in the direction of the high platform with a fearful expression on their faces. The next moment, everyone was stunned. Because, at the place where the stream of light fell, where the wind burst out, a person appeared out of nowhere. Fairy Tale, reaching out, he gently stroked the flag fluttering in the wind. Looking at the coat of arms on the flag, Noah's heart was filled with an incredible calmness. For Noah, this was the symbol of home. No matter which world he was in, it was the same. After stroking the flag fluttering in the wind, Noah turned around. The faces of all the police officers present turned red. Oh! Cheers resounded through the sky. Chapter 2157. Oh! The police officers belonging to Fairy Tale were all cheering loudly, venting their excitement. It couldn't be helped. The way Noah appeared was too shocking for these police officers who had always regarded him as a legend. That kind of appearance was either not done by humans or could only be called magic. Therefore, the pairs of police officers felt unusually excited and couldn't help but cheer loudly. Under such circumstances, Tina, Xia Shi, and Yen Zhu also seemed to have been affected by this as they raised their hands high into the air and cheered loudly. Mugang and Rintaro looked at each other and smiled helplessly. You did it on purpose, right? It's definitely intentional. Both Mugang and Rintaro could tell that Noah was trying to boost morale. If the Fairy Tale police officers were to carry out their mission in high spirits, they would probably get twice the result with half the effort, right? Even Elysium and Unwoven, who were watching this scene from the building, saw it. After a moment of shock, they smiled. Really, he's always full of surprises, as expected of the man I've taken a fancy to. Little Noah, you're really something. Although I didn't know how Noah did it, he was an existence that was able to defeat even the Zodiac Stage V and the Protozoa army in one blow. No matter how inconceivable it would seem natural, right? Before Noah displayed a power that was different from this world, this sense of mystery would always attract others, reassuring their companions and making their enemies fearful. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Noah had never revealed his power to the public in this world. Those who didn't know much about it could only feel admiration or fear. Only a fool like Zhuo Weiwei would feel disdain for it, right? On the high platform, Noah, whose back was facing the Fairy Tale flag, looked down at his guild members who were cheering loudly. A hint of satisfaction flashed across his deep, dark eyes. Then, He slowly raised his hand. The group of cheering police officers immediately stopped talking, letting the cheers come and go as quickly as they came. Silence returned to the privet square. However, every member of Fairy Tale still looked at Noah with eyes full of excitement, telling Noah how high their spirits were. Under everyone's excited, and yearning gazes, Noah spoke softly. His voice spread out in an unbelievable manner, echoing in the air above the entire soldier square. I believe that many of you here are seeing me for the first time, right? Many people nodded their heads repeatedly. 3 years ago, the guild called Fairy Tale was just a civilian organization in the Tokyo area. Although because of Noah's management, this non-governmental organization is the largest force in the Tokyo area, but that is only relative to the Tokyo area. Now, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, it wasn't as if no one had left Fairy Tale. However, compared to the people who left, there were undoubtedly more people who joined. Otherwise, Fairyland would not be unprecedentedly prosperous, and be known as the world's strongest independent country, where world hegemony was within reach. Of course, even if there were no people who had stayed 3 years ago under Noah's leadership until now, compared to the unprecedentedly grand Fairy Tale, the number was shockingly small. In addition, the police force that was deployed was only a small part of Fairy Tale's strength, so naturally, there were very few old members who had seen Noah before. However, for everyone, Noah was just a mystery, and they were not unfamiliar with him. Because, in the guild, everyone had heard of Noah's deeds along the way. So, I won't introduce myself or anything like that. Noah said as if he saw through everyone's thoughts. This time, I've gathered everyone in the Tokyo area mainly for 2 things. The first thing, I'm sure everyone has heard about it from the news and such, is the problem of the political power in the Tokyo area being paralyzed. Noah looked down at the people below with disdain. Due to the infiltration and attacks of terrorists, the Tokyo area is currently facing an awkward situation where there is no military power that can be used. If this continues, the Tokyo area may fall into panic and chaos, and the consequences are unimaginable. The Tokyo area is the only ally of Fairyland. Since our ally has such a problem, we should provide some help. Noah's voice entered everyone's ears. Therefore, the first thing is, until the military power in the Tokyo area is restored, we, Fairy Tale, will be responsible for the police and soldiers, and help the Tokyo area to maintain the order of the entire Tokyo area. Hearing this, everyone finally understood. So, it was because of this that so many police officers were deployed to the Tokyo area? Of course, this is a voluntary job. There is no pay, no reward, and it is likely to be a bit difficult. Noah said to everyone. If you are unwilling to carry out this mission, you can raise your hand now. If you don't raise your hand, then you are not allowed to quit halfway. As soon as his voice fell, the audience was silent. No one raised their hand. Everyone looked at Noah with a smile and expressed their inner thoughts. In this regard, Noah also smiled slightly and nodded. As for how to carry out this mission, the acting president of Tiantong and President Chisho will arrange it. When the time comes, everyone will act according to the instructions. At this point, Noah's tone suddenly turned indifferent. In addition to this mission, I will give you a second mission. Noah's sudden change in tone stunned the police officers of Fairy Tale. In the next second, Noah's words made everyone's expression change slightly. Wuxiang Association. Noah narrowed his eyes. This name, everyone should be familiar with it. Everyone widened their eyes, and then a touch of hatred flashed across their eyes. For the general public, the existence of a terrorist organization naturally would not be spread. However, for the police officers of Fairy Tale, they had long heard of this name. After all, in the past year, the police of Fairy Tale who went to all over the world to carry out missions were repeatedly targeted by Wuxiang Association, causing a lot of casualties. In this way, how could the police of Fairy Tale not know about this mysterious organization? According to the information obtained, one of the top operatives and some of the operatives belonging to Wuxiang Association are now in the Tokyo area. Noah said indifferently. I am not going to let them go. Her words made all the members of Fairy Tale's blood boil with excitement. During this period of time, you need to maintain order in the Tokyo area, and you need to find these people of Wuxiang Association. Noah said word by word. No matter what method is used, don't even let go of the peripheral area, do a carpet search, it's best if you can find their base. If you find their base, then immediately report it. Noah raised the corner of his mouth. Let us wipe them all out. Hearing this sentence, the police of Fairy Tale all laughed. Yes. In the next moment, a chorus of responses resounded through the entire private square. Although it was a bit different, should it be said that they were worthy of being the people of Fairy Tale? Thinking back to their comrades who were injured or even killed by the Five Xiang Association, in the past, the hearts of the police officers were burning with fighting spirit. Even if it was for the sake of their comrades, they must not let Wuxiang Association go. This was the voice of everyone. Chapter 2158. Under the arrangement of Mugeng and Xia Shi, the police officers belonging to Fairy Tale were assigned to various corners and departments in the Tokyo area to carry out missions. The police officers belonging to Fairy Tale were no strangers to the police and soldier missions. This was because when Fairyland was first established, the order and laws of the entire Fairyland were maintained by the police officers of Fairy Tale. It was not until later that Fairyland began to accept missions from all over the world and needed manpower that Mugeng began to create a specialized police force. In addition, there were missions from all over the world. The higher the level of the police under Fairy Tale, the more missions they would have to go through, and the more experience they would have. There was no need for any adaptation time, and the police were all perfectly immersed in the missions. In view of this, the residents of the Tokyo area were somewhat surprised to find that the number of police officers they saw every day had increased. After all, ever since Fairy Tale wantonly transferred the cursed children from other places into Fairyland, the number of police officers from all over the world had plummeted. It was not until a year ago that it was discovered, which alarmed the higher-ups of all countries. However, it was too late to control the loss of the cursed children at this time. Therefore, the number of police officers from all over the world had dropped a lot. Especially in the Tokyo area. After all, the Tokyo area was the closest to Fairyland, and was also an ally of Fairyland. Not only did they not control the loss of the cursed children, but they also took the initiative to send the cursed children to Fairyland. Therefore, as early as 1 or 2 years ago, there were not many police officers in the Tokyo area. Only when the Holy Sun issued a commission to Fairyland would Fairyland send police officers to the Tokyo area to carry out missions. Today, a total of nearly 2,000 police officers, and nearly 1,000 police officers pairs poured into the Tokyo area to participate in the work of the Metropolitan Police Department and the self-defense forces in the Tokyo area. Naturally, many people were surprised to find that the number of police officers had increased. However, the first thing that the police officers belonging to Fairy Tale requested to accept was patrol work. As a result, there were traces of police officers everywhere on the streets, which frequently attracted the attention of the residents of the Tokyo area. As for why the first thing that the police officers of Fairy Tale requested to accept was patrol work, the reason was simple. It was to carry out the second task that Noah had given him, to find traces of the Wuxiang Association. Therefore, a large number of police officers patrolled the various areas of the Tokyo area almost every day, using their long-term work experience to search for traces of the target. Even the outer Zhou district was not spared. Of course, there was no need to patrol the outer perimeter. However, a portion of the police who had entered the self-defense forces work system, known as Fairy Tale, would often wander around the periphery looking for traces of Wuxiang Association. In other words, the blanket search that Noah had mentioned was being carried out perfectly by the police officers of Fairy Tale. During this process, an unexpected piece of news was spread. I heard that the president of the Osaka region, Chi Wu, was assassinated in a room of an international hotel. Really? Of course it's true. The ruler of Osaka actually died in Tokyo? This time, Tokyo is in big trouble. A foreign ruler died in Tokyo. This matter caused an uproar in the entire Tokyo area for a while. For this reason, the rulers of the Osaka region were furious, and they all questioned the Tokyo area, asking for justice. This was not a joke. It was possible for the two countries to enter a state of war if things didn't go well. However, in this regard, the emperor not only did not express his condolences with a peace-loving attitude like before, but he also announced a piece of news. The president of the Osaka region, Chi Wu, harbored evil intentions against Fairyland, which carries the hope of all mankind, and attempted to murder the president of Fairyland. He has now been personally executed by the president of Fairyland, President Noah. If the Osaka region has any objections to this matter, you can report it to Fairyland. In one sentence, the entire upper echelons of the Osaka region completely lost their temper. Report? How to report? Now, the people of the world had placed their hopes on Fairyland and stood behind Fairyland. In the hope of being saved, which country's people would advocate condemning Fairyland? Not to mention, Chi Wu Shongshuan was originally a dictator, and imposed heavy taxes in the Osaka region, which had already caused the anger of all the people in the Osaka region. In addition, the upper echelons of the Osaka region were actually coveting the position of the ruler of the Osaka region. Questioning Tokyo was just a superficial attitude. Now that Tokyo gave an explanation, and it was such an irrefutable explanation, the upper echelons of the Osaka region were of course happy to accept it, and began to compete for the position of the ruler. Unfortunately, since Chi Wu Shongshuan had been the ruler of the Osaka region for so many years, and he himself was the top cadre of the Wuxiang Association, how could he not have arranged for the Wuxiang Association people to lurk in the Osaka region? Not to mention lurking, most of the senior officials in the Osaka region were replaced by the cadre of the Wuxiang Association, arranged by Chi Wu Shongshuan over the years, almost making the Wuxiang Association the ruler of the entire Osaka region. Under such circumstances, the Osaka region was completely chaotic. The upper echelons who did not know the existence of the Wuxiang Association wanted to compete for the position of the ruler. The upper echelons of the Wuxiang Association also wanted to compete for the position of the ruler. Coupled with some neutral parties who sincerely wanted to let the people of the Osaka region live a happy life, the upper echelons of the Osaka region were suddenly divided into three factions, fighting with each other. After learning about this matter, Noah directly gave another order to Mugeng and Xiashi. Send another police force to the Osaka area. Nominally, it's the same as the Tokyo area, but it's also to maintain order. Then secretly investigate the entire Osaka area's high officials, and dig out all the 5 Xiang Association people. This order made Mugeng and Xiashi stunned for a while, and at the same time, they also looked at each other. It's over, Noah is really serious. It seems that the president's tolerance of the Wuxiang Association has reached the limit. It really has reached the limit. Before, when Mugeng was attacked, Noah did not know the existence of the Wuxiang Association, and did not know that they had already targeted the Fairy Tale Guild. Therefore, Noah let Li Qingyin and bodyguard Zhuo escape. But now, knowing everything that the Wuxiang Association did, and that even Chi Wu Zongshuan was one of the top operatives of the Wuxiang Association, Noah really did not intend to let the Wuxiang Association go. Therefore, Noah made a prompt decision to be serious, and let the entire Fairy Tale take action. The top operatives of the Wuxiang Association are stirring up trouble in the Tokyo and Osaka regions, and the upper echelons of the other 3 regions may have also been infiltrated by the Wuxiang Association. Let the police in the guild take action, except for half of them stationed in Fairyland, the rest are sent to the 5 major regions of Japan, and completely uproot the Wuxiang Association. This was Noah's order. Half of the people were stationed in Fairyland, and the rest were sent to various countries in the 5 major regions of Japan to give a fatal blow to the Wuxiang Association. If it was before the release of the artificial artifact, sending so many people, it was really hard to say whether they could complete the mission and protect their hometown at the same time. But now, with the release of the artificial artifact, the initiators of the top 1000 IP in the Fairy Tale have all become absolute powerhouses who have reached the domain, so they naturally have more power to spare. Not to mention, in Fairy Tale, there were also many leader-type characters. Therefore, Noah can rest assured that the Wuxiang Association, in the other regions will be annihilated by the capable members of the guild. With such a big operation going on, a month's time passed in the blink of an eye. A piece of news was finally reported to Noah. Found the Wuxiang Association base.